in any way, shape or form. It's every young football fan's dream to walk out as a mascot at the FA Cup final with your heroes. Well, for one young supporter, that is a dream that's about to come true.
Yeah, he's 9-year-old Will Powell from Lytham in Lancashire, and he's won our competition to lead out Manchester United tomorrow. Will and his mum Catherine join us now. Congratulations.
Well, what did you think when you found out you'd won?
I was delighted.
Really? So what did your mum say?
You've won the competition.
Did you ever think it was going to be you?
No.
Not at all, not at all. Okay, now, what do you think is going to be the best bit of it when you walk out? What do you think is going to be the best thing?
Walking out onto the pitch.
Fantastic. It's a great thing, isn't it? It's a great thing.
Absolutely. And you play a bit of football yourself, don't you?
Yeah.
So who do you play for?
Lytham Juniors.
And what position do you play for them?
In goal.
Right, so you're goalie. Oh, look, and there you are there.
Yeah.
Have you had a good season then, Will?
Yeah.
How did you get on this season?
Well, we came 5th in the table and we won the plates last week.
Oh, look, there we've got the picture of you with the plate, looking very proud there. So you didn't let any goals through then in that match?
No.
Good for you. So do you fancy playing for United one day?
Yeah.
Have you got a favourite player?
Yeah.
Who's that then?
Wayne Rooney.
And you've got a picture of Wayne Rooney in your bedroom. I know that. Your mum told me that. Look, there he is. Fantastic.
Yeah. Now, asking you, Mum, I know that Will's been quite poorly before this, wasn't he? Can you tell us a bit about that?
This time last year he was in Alderhay Children's Hospital and he was quite poorly, and he's a different child now a year on.
Okay, and what sort of treatment did he have to have?
He was in for 3 weeks having various tablets and different treatments, so it's quite tough.
But you were telling us earlier that you guys used to nip out, didn't you? What for?
We used to abscond over a wall to play football in a neighbouring park.
No stopping him at all.
No, he kept a football in his bed.
Brilliant. Now, I know as well it's a special day tomorrow for someone else in the family. Who's that?
It's William's great auntie Flo, and she'll be 94 tomorrow.
And she's obviously a Red as well.
Yeah, a very keen United fan.
All right, well, let me ask you this then. What's the score going to be?
2-0.
To United, presumably.
I think so.
And just finally, who's going to score?
Paul Scholes and Wayne Rooney.
I'll just write that down. Paul Scholes and Wayne Rooney.
I think you're right as well. I think they're definitely going to win. I hope so.
Well, have a great day tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, and I hope that Paul Scholes and Wayne Rooney do the business for you.
Absolutely. I'm sure they'll do it for you and great Auntie Flo. Let's see what the weather has in store now with Joe.
Granada weather with BMIBaby.com.
Thank you, good evening. It's an unsettled weekend weather-wise on the cards, but there will be some sunshine between the downpours. Quite a few heavy showers across the region this afternoon. It's going to take a while for these to peter out, but overnight tonight it should be largely dry. Over the course of the next few hours or so then we'll see things drying up with the cloud breaking at times, falling temperatures to dip down to around 7 Celsius, no danger of any ground frost, and winds still fairly brisk and southwesterly. The sun rises tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, setting at 16 minutes past 9 tomorrow evening. Showery from the word go for tomorrow, with some very heavy outbursts of showery rain, sort of bands of rain sweeping up across the region really. But there will be some sunshine in between any downpours, perhaps a rumble or two of thunder at times, maybe even 1 or 2 of those showers containing hail. But in any drier spots, and there will be a few in the nice sunny spells, we could see temperatures to around 17 Celsius, so not feeling too chilly, despite the fact those winds are brisk and southerly in direction. For Sunday, it's a very similar scene, showery across all places, with intermittent sunny spells, temperatures perhaps down a notch on tomorrow's values to around 16 Celsius. As we look towards the new week, it's unsettled with showers Monday. Tuesday, some heavy spells of rain, very slowly improving as we move Wednesday through Thursday and Friday. Have a great weekend.
Granada weather with BMIBaby.com, the airline with tiny fares.
Thanks very much, Joe. Lots of emails on sexy veg adverts. One here from Dave from Lancashire who says, I'd just like to say I think the advert trying to promote veg appeal is disgusting. The people who had this idea should be ashamed of themselves. I'm a media student, and I think this would shock and disgust most of the people I study with. Thanks, Dave.
Well, Donna says it's just doing what Nigella did for chocolate cake, only after seeing it I wouldn't want to be eating my veg alone.
And here's one from Mick, who says, when are our children going to be allowed to stay innocent if we're meant to explain advertising of this nature? Do parents have a choice in the matter? That's it. We'll see you on Monday.
Have a great weekend. Good luck, United.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
The heartbreaking cost of Britain's yob culture. A father of 4 fighting for his life. A wife's tribute to her perfect husband.
Something really needs to be done before someone else ends up just like him.
Jean Carroll's husband, Phil, has become a symbol of the crisis on our streets and in our schools. Tonight, 1 week after he was attacked by youths, she leaves his bedside to speak out against the thugs.
So what is the answer to disrespect?
I wear a hood because I want to, you see. A hood is just a part of me.
We go beneath the hood and ask the kids on the street what needs to change. Also tonight, eat, drink and be thin. Why even doctors agree the GI diet could save your waistline and your life. And red hot poker, the card craze that's sweeping the nation.
Good evening. 2 weeks ago today, a newly re-elected Tony Blair stood in Downing Street and declared war on Britain's yob culture. Well, tonight we have the story of the human cost of Britain's crisis of disrespect. Today, as one gang's victim, a father of 4 clings to life. His wife pleaded for help and tried to describe her family's pain. Jean Carroll paid tribute to her perfect husband and begged for anyone to pick up the phone and break the wall of silence surrounding his attack. Well, the face of Phil Carroll has come to symbolise for many the crisis of violent, antisocial behaviour that blights our towns and cities. Tonight, his wife said something really needs to be done before someone else ends up just like him. Well, our crime correspondent Dan Rivers is in Salford tonight. Dan.
Well, tonight, Phil Carroll remains sedated in intensive care here at the Hope Hospital. His family praying he will pull through, that his attackers will be caught. Jean Carroll today bravely speaking out, making this wife's plea.
Fighting against these gangs, he wouldn't give up. You know, he's just trying to make things better. We just have to keep hoping and praying that it'll be okay.
Clearly still numb with shock, Jean Carroll, supported by her son Alan, today spoke publicly for the first time about her husband Phil and the horrendous beating he received at the hands of local yobs.
I just couldn't believe it. I don't know what went through my head. I just went, I just couldn't imagine what happened.
Phil Carroll had been fighting a long battle to protect his family and property from gangs of local teenagers, a struggle that very nearly cost his life.
You can only take so much, and I mean, we've had so many cars stolen and smashed and broke into and been burgled, and you just, you know, something really needs to be done before someone else ends up just like him.
It's got worse and worse the past months and months. You don't expect something like this.
Phil and his neighbours had recently erected these gates to try and keep the gangs out, but they were breached by 2 boys and a girl who showed no mercy. Tonight his wife made this appeal to those who know them.
Just phone, or just go to a phone box and phone and say a name and put it down. They don't have to say who they are, or no one will ever know who it is that's told, but somebody knows, and just to give that name is all we're asking.
So those that have left Phil Carroll in intensive care can be held to account for their mindless attack. Well, Phil's condition is described as critical but stable. The police are still hunting for the 2 boys and 1 girl who punched him in the head just yards from his own back door as he tried to stop them throwing stones at his car. So far, as you say, the police have faced a wall of silence, but surely no other case more graphically illustrates the problem with gangs of young teenagers who seem to be completely out of control.
Indeed. Dan Rivers, thank you very much.
It's not just on our streets that the issue of violence and respect are causing concern. It's bad behaviour in the classroom where all the problems can begin. Well, today a new task force was announced to tackle the disruptive behaviour that blights 1 in 10 of our schools.
Yes, the group will be made up of teachers and heads and will create a special code of behaviour to be followed by schools everywhere. Helen Wright reports now on the drive to discipline Britain's unruly schools.
Respect in society is inextricably linked to respect in the classroom, but it appears sadly lacking. Every 7 minutes a teacher faces abuse from a pupil, and 1 in 7 secondary teachers will be assaulted during their career. Such attacks meant last year a staggering £2 million in compensation was paid to teachers. Phil Baker's experienced school violence firsthand. An attack by a parent ended his 35-year career.
The father, who was standing in the reception areas, suddenly decided he would fly at me. I had to leap through a security door which he tore off its hinge, and then I had to barricade myself into the reception office, and he was kicking the door and really doing it some damage until the police arrived, and that left me with post-traumatic stress disorder.
To tackle the sort of bad behaviour portrayed in this ITV drama, the government set up a task force of teachers with a track record in improving discipline. But what possible chance do they have of curing a society-wide problem?
We have a responsibility as a major influence on the young to do what we possibly can to help children grow in a happy way, but also a way that they have responsibilities towards others.
Over the next 6 months, the task force will consider whether a national discipline code is needed, setting out exactly what's expected of pupils and teachers. It'll also look at whether teachers should have better training, whether schools should get new powers to deal with bad behaviour. But the team will also look beyond the classroom, at parents' role in improving school discipline.
But what do pupils think will create respect in the classroom? I asked girls at Hampstead's Royal School in London.
In order to earn respect and for there to be respect within the class, then I think there should be guidelines.
If I respect my teachers, then I know that they're going to help me more and be more enthusiastic about me and what I'm trying to do.
The initiative has largely been welcomed, but with the proviso that talk must be followed by swift action. Helen Wright, ITV News.
Well, this week's intense debate over the crisis of thuggish behaviour has identified many problems, but what are the answers?
Let's return to Salford, an area of Manchester blighted by what one policeman called feral gangs, and the scene of that shocking attack on Phil Carroll. Geraint Vincent went to ask people there how they want antisocial behaviour tackled.
In a week when tackling yobbish behaviour has been at the top of the agenda, this part of the world has generated 1 or 2 negative headlines. From thugs throwing a block of wood at a funeral cortege to the attack on Phil Carroll last weekend. So I've come to a community centre here in Salford to talk to some of the people who live here about what's to be done.
They move in gangs of 20 and 30. You know, on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they're drunk. Yeah, people are intimidated, scared. You know, drunken people do foolish things. Drunken children do extremely foolish things.
I think there is a lot of stereotyping going on for the minority are doing things wrong and then the majority are getting punished for it.
Do you own hooded tops?
No.
No? No. Christine?
Yeah, I do own one. I do own a jacket, but I don't wear it that often, but when I do wear it, I do get people like look at me in the street, and it is a bit like, well, I've not done anything, all I'm doing is walking down the street being myself, but I am getting looked at for what I'm wearing.
There's no discipline. There's no discipline. There's no higher authority like at home, and probably in the schools, I'm sorry to say as well.
And what options do you present? Which are more interesting for a 14, 15-year-old tearaway than getting a bottle of cider and causing trouble at the end of the street?
A sports hall, a football pitch, a netball
music
pitch,
as well.
music. Get one of these pods where they can spray paint to the heart's content.
I believe that young people need something to do and something to believe in, and that if they are not given the choice to believe in higher authority, if they have not got the chance to believe in God, you'll find that they don't respect people.
I'm sorry, I can't say I fully agree with that, because you can't force one person to suddenly follow a religion. It just wouldn't happen. Something that would be very effective is to offer more after school hours activities within the community, even if the school don't become involved with that.
They ran a car program where we live. They got like stock cars and took the kids out. The funding stopped 3 weeks ago. Stolen cars and burnt out cars has probably escalated 400% in 3 weeks. Is that about right?
It's
gone crazy.
It is still ongoing, I can assure you, but just to show how effective something like that is.
It's fantastic.
When that first started, the car crime reduced in that area 50%.
Yeah.
And there are a number of young men who attend that, who, you know, otherwise, I'm sure, would be committing crime.
I'm just interested, both of you live in an area which suffers these problems. Neither of you, though, are saying, you know, bring back the birch, get these kids
I don't think discipline's
into custody.
We've just got to find something for them to do, because I think it's only because they've nothing to do that they're getting up to mischief. But I honestly don't think that giving a child a smack across the ear like we used to get is the solution.
How do you make troublesome teenagers respect authority, respect the law? Well, the message we got today was very clearly that more severe forms of punishment are only a very small part of the answer. The first step is to make them respect themselves and the communities they live in. Geraint Vincent, ITV News, Salford.
And later in the programme we'll have the final report on our series of Restoring Respect.
Early embryo clones. Eventually, stem cells from these tiny embryos could have immense implications for new treatments. Stem cells could be used to replace damaged or degenerated tissues in a variety of conditions. either because of injury, for instance, stroke or spinal cord damage, or in the case of degenerative diseases, perhaps the product of older age like type 2 diabetes, or in the case of genetic disorders, things like motor neuron disease. The Korean team that produced the first human clones last year has gone one step further. They've produced stem cells from clones tailor-made to fit patients. First, they remove the genetic material from a fertilized egg, replacing it with genes from the patient. Then they shock the egg to stimulate it into developing. The hope is stem cells from the early embryo that results can be used to treat the donors because they're genetically identical. Stem cells could be used to produce a kind of cell transplant to help treat diabetes, Parkinson's disease, and even help repair severed spinal cords.
There is a hype currently that patients are desperate for this to happen, and what we're concerned about is that there's too much information is being given out that make patients think it is available now, when in fact it's still some years off.
So still years away, but already stem cell banks, a bit like blood banks, have been set up, and if the research survives the ethical objections, scientists are pretty sure they'll have a whole new range of treatments pretty soon. Maurice McGinty, ITV News.
Well, joining us now is Professor Alison Murdoch from Newcastle University, who led the team who made this breakthrough. Professor, it sounds revolutionary almost, is it?
It's not revolutionary, it's one step in a process to try and achieve the potential that this work offered when we were given the license last year. We always knew that we could derive stem cells after nuclear transfer in animals because it's been done before, and we know that that's likely to be successful. What we couldn't be absolutely sure was that this work would actually happen in humans because all species are different. But what the work we've done here, and confirmed more than by the superb work that's been done from Korea, is that yes, it can actually happen. So what was a theoretical possibility this time last year is now a very real possibility, and I don't really think we should be quite as scared of this idea of stem cell technology as some people are suggesting. Yes, there are always potential risks with any new therapy, but we've been using stem cells in the form of bone marrow for many years to treat and cure people, and this is an extension of those sort of treatments. And we're right in saying that it's a long time before we're going to be able to get to the point of actually providing treatment for people. We're probably 3 to 5 years away from starting clinical trials, and maybe a few years beyond that if they're successful before we can actually start widespread therapies. But this is the first step that actually says that yes, we really do think it will work, and I think therefore it's the start of a new era, and we're just delighted in Newcastle that we'll be here right in the middle of it.
Professor, specifically what kind of treatments are you looking at? I believe you're working with diabetes.
Well, the principal aims of what we're doing here at the moment is to try and understand the basic biology of how to do the nuclear transfer and how to get the stem cell lines. Diabetes is one area that we're interested in specifically. There are a few others as well. The people who might benefit from this, though, are basically any problem where there is a loss of tissue. So it's diabetes, it's Parkinson's, it's Alzheimer's, it's burns, spinal cord, liver disease. The list becomes pretty endless. But I think the other thing that's going to provide answers sooner is having disease-specific stem cell lines, so that we can actually study the way that the disease is developed in the laboratory. So we won't have to do experiments on patients that have the diseases in order to find out why the diseases develop and find new drugs. We can actually do that work in the laboratory, and I think that's going to happen really very soon.
And very briefly, Professor Murdoch, I mean, many people just think this is unethical. How do you answer that?
I think the people whose cells they are the people who should be deciding that. And the patients who come to us here at the Fertility Centre in Newcastle have been overwhelmingly supportive of the work that we've been doing. They're given information about what the benefits are of them donating their cells for this study, and over 80% have said, yes, we understand it and we're happy to donate it. And I think it's their voices and their generosity that we should be listening to and take more note of.
Professor Murdoch from Newcastle, thank you. Now, it's been headline news for more than a week, and today we can bring you yet another horrifying example of yob culture at work on our streets.
16-year-old Becky Smith was the victim of what's called a happy slapping attack. She was ambushed in an alley and then battered unconscious by a gang of teenagers. They left her with concussion and a detached retina. As if that wasn't bad enough, the attack was filmed on a mobile phone and then shown around Becky's school.
All I can remember is getting kicked in the face, or kicked in the head, but it was like a dream, and it was like, because it wasn't hurting, it was like a dream. I couldn't believe that somebody would just stand there and watch, and because it's stupid the way somebody can do that. They must be sick in the head.
The person given the responsibility of tackling thugs in our schools is today launching his Zero Tolerance campaign.
Head teacher Sir Alan Steer will lead a schools task force designed to brainstorm with other successful heads and guide ministers on how to curb unruly children in class.
They would create a special national code of behaviour, one to be followed by schools everywhere.
And maybe even introduce new powers for teachers to tackle violent pupils in the classroom. Well, Keir Simmons is at Sir Alan's school in Essex. Keir, what kind of policies are in place there?
Well, very good ones, but here, by the way, Andrea, are some worrying statistics. A recent school inspector report found that 10% of schools are failing when it comes to discipline, and 50% complain that they've got a gang problem in their schools when it comes to discipline. Now, at Seven Kings High School here in Ilford is completely the reverse. They're doing very well here, and their results are getting better and better. And Sir Alan Steer is the headmaster of this school. Sir Alan, have we got what you might call a Wayne Rooney problem? Youngsters being aggressive and using swear words?
I think we have got a problem in education, as we've got in society. But what we must be careful to do is not demonise the whole of young people by the fact that we've got problems in some schools and among some young people.
Okay, let's talk about what we can do to try and solve it. At the moment, some youngsters who are expelled are brought back into schools. Should that stop?
No, I think one's got to judge the situation by the individual case. It's quite appropriate that sometimes children, like adults, make a mistake, and it's possible for them to come back into school and be very successful. We've got many instances at this school. In other cases, that child might need separate provision for their interest, but also for the interest of other children.
What about the idea of isolating youngsters who are behaving badly, kind of cooler rooms, for days sometimes, to punish them?
I don't have a problem with that. I certainly would have a problem with days. I think there's often the case for people to cool down, and you know, any good school will provide opportunities for that to happen.
Many schools do that anyway.
They do, they do.
Right, okay, but on the other hand, if we go back 50 years to when schools were more regimented, aren't we also talking about a society that was more class-ridden, where people couldn't move up beyond their station, if you like? We don't want that back, do we?
We certainly don't. That is exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about a society where, for many of the population, nobody had any interest in how they achieved and developed. We are a more free, a more liberal society, and that does present certain difficulties, but the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages.
Okay, Sir Alan, well, thank you very much for talking to us today. Thank you for everyone in this class. Now, this new report will report in October. By the way, it's not just going to talk about standards for young people, it's also going to talk about standards for schools and for parents.
Keir, thank you very much indeed. Well, here on ITV News this week, we have been running our own investigation into British yobbish teens, trying to get behind the headlines and hear from you, the viewers, about what's going wrong.
Well, today we're bringing young people and their neighbours together to debate the problem for the first time.
Yes, it all takes place in Salford, in Manchester, where our correspondent Geraint Vincent will act as the referee. Geraint, explain to us what's happening there.
Well, Andrew, we're just taking the views of people who live here in Salford, a place which has hit the headlines in the last couple of weeks in connection with various forms of antisocial behaviour, but teenagers at the centre of it. Now, I've got a couple of teenagers here. No suggestion, of course, Luke and Christina, that either of you are guilty of any yobbish behaviour. But Luke, what do you think can be done about this kind of lack of respect problem that we're hearing about?
Well, I think parents should encourage the children more to become more so involved with extracurricular activities and involved with the community, and that will definitely, I'm sure, decrease the boredom.
And it's boredom is the problem, is it?
I'm sure it is, yeah. Because there's nothing else better to do at the end of the day, and that's what the result to us, the last resort.
Christina, we hear a lot about, you know, kids these days, young people getting up to no good. Is there a danger, do you think, that you're all getting tarred with the same brush?
I think, yeah, I do actually. I think that just from if you see someone walking down the street, say they've got a hooded top on, or I know like a lot of people will just get looked at as if they're one of those types.
Well, you've got a hooded top, haven't you? I mean,
Yeah, I have, and I don't wear it that often, but when I do wear it, I do notice people do look at me, and yeah, it is quite annoying at the end of the day, because I know that I'm not going to go out there and I'm not going to go and beat up someone or do anything bad, whereas other people do, and I think we're all getting put in certain groups, we're all just getting stereotyped for like the minority of the bad people.
Okay, Julie Hughes, you're a community police officer here. That stereotyping is a danger, isn't it? And you've got to keep up healthy relations with young people in your community.
Of course, yeah, you've got to put it into perspective, and there's an awful lot of work that's being done with partners and with members of the community to tackle the problems with youths. There's many things that happen in the community to try and occupy these youths so that they don't feel that they haven't got anything to do.
And what about what your chief superintendent had to say earlier this week about feral children, groups of uncontrollable young people coming around intimidating people?
Yeah, as I say, that is the minority, very much so. And what we're trying to do is promote activities for young people so that they're not drawn into those kinds of categories.
Guy Lisco, you're a community worker here. Just tell me very quickly, if you can, a solution as you see it. What experience you've had of coming up with solutions for combating this kind of behaviour?
Well, one of the solutions in the area that I live in, Clifton, over in Swinton, is they brought in a car program where they rebuild cars, stock cars, then they take the kids off racing, different areas, Sheffield, Leeds. What this actually did was reduce the street crime with cars 50%. Overnight.
It worked?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you all very much indeed for joining us here in Salford. More later in the day, but for the moment, back to you in London.
And Geraint, thank you. Well, on to some other news now. Extraordinary photos of Saddam Hussein inside his prison cell have been published today. The pictures show the former Iraqi dictator standing almost naked and washing his clothes by hand. The US military has released a statement condemning the photos, saying they violated military guidelines and possibly the Geneva Convention.
A memorial service is being held at Salisbury Cathedral for 10 British soldiers who were killed when their Hercules plane was shot down in Iraq. It crashed on the day of this year's Iraqi elections. It was the biggest single loss of British life in Iraq since the war began.
And the woman who kept 271 pets in horrendous conditions in her home has pleaded guilty to animal cruelty at Preston Magistrates Court today. Rosalind Gregson crammed her cottage with caged dogs, birds, cats, a rabbit and a chinchilla. Many of them were emaciated and often covered in feces and urine.
Now, it was one of the government's big new ideas to shake up the way we vote. Today, postal voting has taken a battering.
Well, according to the Electoral Commission, the system needs a dramatic rethink. The body that oversees elections in the UK has said that the only way to stop fraud is to make essential reforms.
Well, that's been welcomed by Labour backbenchers and opposition parties alike, so it could be an embarrassing day for the government. Here's our political correspondent, Simon Harris.
It's the system a judge said would disgrace a banana republic. After hearing about abuse in local elections in Birmingham last year, Richard Morey QC said that Britain's postal voting arrangements were wide open to abuse. Now the Electoral Commission has come up with 45 changes to the rules, including a ban on political parties getting involved in postal vote applications.
It's important that parties have access to voters. They, after all, are at the core of the system. But we do think it's better that applications for postal votes come back either to electoral registration officers or through an independent central address rather than going to the political parties.
Voters registering in future will also have to give their date of birth and a signature instead of simply their name and address. Although the Electoral Commission believes the bulk of its recommendations will be adopted, it has yet to convince ministers about one key proposal. The Commission wants individual registration forms sent to every voter, but the government wants to stick to one form per household. The opposition parties accuse the government of being unreasonable.
It's something that everybody's calling for. The Electoral Commission, Electoral Reform Society, ourselves, other political parties. It's the only tried and tested way of really having proper protections in the system. And so we will put down amendments if the government doesn't agree.
These reforms in postal voting should have happened before the election. We will never know how many people didn't get their postal votes and how many postal votes were defrauded and how many MPs shouldn't have been elected.
The Electoral Commission also wants voters to be able to register right up until polling day. In the general election 2 weeks ago, the cut-off point was mid-March. Simon Harris, ITV News, Westminster.
We're going to take a short break now, but don't go away. We've got much more to come, including why lack of sleep could make your child obese.
We need to be much more careful in how we nurture our children in their early years.
And gambling crazy, the poker revolution overtaking Britain.
All that, and of course the news from your area when we come back.
The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the pollies, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
Wouldn't you love a hairstyle you don't need to think about all day? One that's just as flexible as you are. Now Silvercrin gives you both long-lasting hold and flexibility that's full of life for up to 24 hours. Silvercrin, with 24-hour Flex Active formula. It's the UK's #1 hairspray. From Weller.
The new Flash Duster cleans everywhere dust settles, trapping dust and locking it away. Here, here, and even here. Because it's lightweight and flexible, the duster can clean everywhere. The new Flash Duster, part of the Flash Easy Cleaning revolution.
Ahoy! The captain and his mate are off to sail the seas. First, by orders from above, they must scrub the decks. No problem. With Can-Do wash mittens, just dip, squeeze, and wash with a gentle foam. It's how captains keep things shipshape.
I can do it too with Can-Do.
With just one application, Wartner freezes the core of warts and verrucas. Wartner, fast and effective treatment.
Do you have an endowment policy? Are you now discovering that it's a lot smaller than you were led to believe? Then talk to Keypoint.
With our expertise, Keypoint can help you claim the compensation that you may be entitled to. We'll take care of everything for you. And, as we don't charge for unsuccessful claims, there's nothing to lose. So don't just accept a smaller endowment policy than you hoped for. Call the Keypoint helpline today on 0800 280 2000 or visit keypointclaims.com and see what a big difference Keypoint can make.
Where can you find a car insurer who'll not only protect your maximum no-claim discount, but also keep it protected for life? Simple. Call More Than now on 0800 300 840. Your premium will never go up just because you've made a claim. And with our comprehensive cover, we'll even give you a free courtesy car while yours is being fixed. You could save up to 40% when you switch. So for car insurance, don't accept less than More Than. Call now on 0800 300 840.
At Currys this week, this LG large capacity washer is down to $249, and this huge frost-free fridge freezer is now just $229. Hurry, don't miss out.
Ding. The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the pollies, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
Welcome back. A massive study into the cause of childhood obesity has thrown up some really surprising findings.
Researchers believe that not getting enough sleep could act as a precursor to piling on the pounds.
What's more, the study found that youngsters who watched just an hour of TV a day when they were 3 years old were more likely to be overweight 4 years later. Well, here's Sir Philip Ray-Smith to explain.
Childhood obesity is on the increase, as this, the UK's first fat camp for overweight children, proves. But why? Scientists have identified 8 key factors, and they come into play from the day a child is born.
We found that lifestyle at a surprisingly early age, before the age of 3, was contributing substantially to risk of being obese at age 7.
One factor won't surprise many parents. Watching more than 8 hours a week of television at age 3 is to be avoided. At the same age, less than 10.5 hours sleep is also an indicator.
Sleep, I think, is really, really important. I mean, my child goes to bed at 7 and gets up at 7, and I think that's absolutely essential.
She sleeps probably about 11 or 12 hours, and she seems much, much happier for it.
Children have more exercise and have more sleep, eat healthy, then there's more likely they won't be obese.
Rapid weight gain in the early years, particularly if from a low birth weight, points towards obesity problems as children grow up. One or both parents overweight is another pointer. It means families must take action now if today's kids are to avoid facing a whole range of health problems much earlier than previous generations.
We're seeing already an acceleration in the development of chronic diseases, which used to be chronic diseases of old age, affecting children now. So this is not just simply an academic discussion about what would be nice for a growth pattern for children, but actually really how to protect them.
So today's message is to avoid being overweight in later life. You have to start early indeed. Philip Ray-Smith, ITV News.
Well, for adults wanting to lose weight, there's been some good news today about one high-profile diet regime.
Yes, the GI diet recommends eating foods that are low in certain types of sugar. It claims to have dramatic weight loss results, and doctors now say it could help combat conditions like diabetes and heart disease.
Well, later on today's Pulse, we'll be putting a nutritionist and a doctor on the spot to explain just why GI is so good for us.
And how easy is it to live with a GI diet?
Well, why don't you get in touch with us with your thoughts and your questions? You can text the word PULSE and then your message to 80088.
Or email us at pulse@itv.com.
Well, we're taking a quick break now, but don't go away because you'll miss all of this. As Danny Minogue flies in to be with Kylie, we'll have the latest as she prepares for treatment in Australia.
And why eating food like this could help you live longer and, most importantly, of course, look better.
So we'll be answering all your diet questions on the Pulse in just a few minutes. Don't go away.
With just one application, Wartner freezes the core of warts and verrucas. Wartner, fast and effective treatment.
Fact. Your child's high chair collects 68 times more bacteria than your floor. Dettol antibacterial surface cleanser kills 99.9% of bacteria. Dettol protects. Fact.
Is it true that you pay your car insurance monthly?
What?
And you're not with Virgin Money?
No.
For that, you must pay.
Don't be punished for paying your car insurance monthly. Unlike some, Virgin Money offer great value car insurance with no extra charge for paying monthly.
Coconuts. What's the best way to produce more of them? Adding or multiplying? Adding or multiplying? We solve this with a theory called the comparison. It turned out that growing seeds into trees provided multiple coconuts, whereas just adding coconuts, well, help poor people grow their way out of poverty. Give what you can this Christian Aid Week.
Welcome back. She is a survivor of breast cancer herself, and today the Australian actress Olivia Newton-John has pledged her support for her friend Kylie Minogue as she prepares to go under the knife.
Well, the singer is believed to be in hospital right now waiting for surgery on her breast cancer. As Chris Shipp reports, her family and friends are all by her side.
As Kylie today prepares to undergo surgery, Danny Minogue flew back from London to be by her older sister's side. She's joined other family members and close friends at Melbourne's private Cabrini Hospital, where Kylie is waiting for her breast cancer treatment to begin. Flowers continue to arrive at the family home, as do the photographers, as news of Kylie's illness dominates headlines in Britain and Australia. The state government has warned the media to respect her privacy.
It's a very, very, as you can imagine, difficult time, so my heart goes out to her.
The Grease star Olivia Newton-John is herself a survivor of breast cancer.
The thing is that it's a wake-up call for women that we need to self-examine on a regular basis, and there's no time, there's no age limit.
Soap fans from Britain visiting the set of Neighbours have been lending their support to the pop star.
I started watching Neighbours when I was really young, and she was kind of the first person you wanted to be like.
Probably especially hard because she won't have the privacy that other people, but the other side of that is she'll have a lot of support.
And Kylie's fame is also raising awareness of breast cancer, and charity donations from around the world have begun to pour in. Chris Ship, ITV News.
Now, did you know that all this week Britain has been hosting a World Cup?
Yes, it's the Poker World Cup, and it's just one sign of Britain's new gaming craze.
Well, poker is now the fastest growing form of gambling. In fact, we have the highest number of players in Europe.
Today, a TV station dedicated entirely to playing poker has announced its first ever viewing figures, and they do make surprising reading. Our consumer editor Chris Choi has taken a look.
Britain has gone poker crazy. This week alone has brought new TV launches, an international tournament, and new figures on the huge popularity of the game. Online firms are growing so big, two are set to float on the UK Stock Exchange. 80% of all European players are now British.
It is big business already. After all, in the next few months you'll probably see companies float on the stock market, and some of those could even go into the FTSE 100.
You can almost feel the tension, and behind me there are two signs of just how phenomenal the growth of poker in the UK has become. First of all, this is the World Cup of the game happening right here. Second is, well, it's been televised by a channel that's dedicated entirely to poker, and it's a TV station that's all set to go 24-hour. And today the Poker Channel announced its first ever viewing figures, exceeding all industry expectations. It's attracting 800,000 enthusiasts after just weeks on air.
Poker's growing at incredible rates. There's a £100 million staked every day on poker. In Britain, we love to punt, we always have, but poker's really taken the country by storm.
And here's another sign of that boom. A second poker TV station, Poker Zone, launched this week. It coincided with new research showing around 40% of internet players are women. So what's the big attraction?
I think the reason why women are attracted to it, it's because it's a very social game.
Social?
Yeah.
What, even when it's done alone in your bedroom online?
Yeah, because you're meeting people. So, and to an extent also, people started dating over poker games.
Despite the casino-style glitz, charities concerned with the dangers of gambling are watching carefully. Meanwhile, it seems firms behind Britain's poker boom already hold a winning hand. Chris Choi, ITV News.
Well, it's time now for another break, but do stay with us for the Pulse.
We'll be putting the GI diet that's sweeping Britain under the spotlight. It's your very own GI guide.
Well, we'll put your questions and comments to the scientist who's been investigating the benefits of GI foods and a leading nutritionist. Don't miss it.
Ding. The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the pollies, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
I used to feel this gritty coating on my teeth. My dentist said that it was plaque, and if I didn't get rid of it, it could get worse and lead to further problems. He suggested I use a toothpaste that fights the problem. I tried Colgate Total. Soon my teeth felt smoother, cleaner, absolutely. And my whole mouth looked healthier.
Not only is Colgate Total clinically proven to reduce plaque by up to 98%, it also offers 12-hour protection against tooth and gum problems. Colgate Total, complete 12-hour protection.
It's my choice. Ask your dentist.
Saga can offer low-cost motor insurance for people aged 50 and over.
Yes!
Call Saga on 0800 50 52 54.
Today, new Vanish Oxy Action Max tackles the ultimate challenge. Dried-in stains that just won't budge. Holiday abroad?
What are you doing?
I'll bet your washing's covered in dried-in stains.
Oh, it's a dry jam and grass. They'll never come out.
Let's make this worse with beetroot. Now, for that bottom of the basket toughness, let's really dry it in. Mixed with water, Vanish Oxy Action Max can remove these dried-in stains before your eyes. Now, watch what happens in your wash with the dried-in grass stain.
Amazing!
And you can have all this stain removal power every day with just one scoop in your wash. New Vanish Oxy Action Max, winner of Product of the Year. Now, all the power of Vanish Oxy Action is also available in a handy pre-treat spray. It's so easy to use. Trust pink, forget stains.
The little everyday things we do can weaken our hair, causing dry ends and flyaways. New Dove Essential Care strengthens hair without weighing it down. Dove Essential Care strengthens weakened hair.
Let's take it nice and easy. It's gonna be so easy for us to fall in love. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it every time.
DJ Crazy is at the turntables. Get the latest Crazy Frog mix and join the Ringtone King Clubs for more fun. Just text DJ1 for the polys, DJ2 for the reels, or DJ3 for the video ringtones to 84888.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is the part of the programme where we turn the reins over to you.
It's the Pulse, today's topic, the GI diet, and you can see some of the foods here in front of us. It's being hailed as a great way to get fit and stay healthy. Well, here's a quick idea of what it's all about.
It's the latest in a string of high-profile diets that promise dramatic weight loss. Unlike its predecessors, like Atkins, doctors say the GI diet can also control blood sugar and reduce the risk of heart disease. So is it a miracle eating plan or just another fad? What does it mean for you, the consumer? And how hard is it to adopt the GI lifestyle? We want your views. Have you tried the GI plan? What did you make of it? Isn't it just following a sensible diet and looking after yourself? Your questions to a nutrition expert here on today's Pulse. Well, let's introduce today's experts then. With us in the studio is Asmina Govinji, a consultant nutritionist.
And also joining us from Hammersmith Hospital is Dr. Gary Frost, the author of this new report into the GI diet. Well, Dr. Frost, let's start with a question for you. I have to admit, when I heard it first, I thought the GI diet had something to do with American soldiers in World War II. It doesn't. Tell us exactly what the diet is.
Well, again, I think people relate diet to weight loss. What we're trying to do here is demonstrate that what we've got is not about weight loss. It's about a way of eating healthily that will actually decrease your risk of some of the chronic disease we're faced with today.
What are the absolute basics of the GI diet? What are the principles?
The principles are the fact that what we're aiming to do is to try and advise people to eat more slowly absorbed carbohydrate foods. And the slowly absorbed carbohydrate foods have the effect of bringing down your blood glucose, of bringing down your blood insulin, and there's lots of reasons to believe that that is good for your health.
Now, we've got actually some examples in the studio. Asmina, can you just take us through them quickly and tell us why they're good and bad for us?
Well, low GI foods such as the nuts, some fruits,
skimmed milk, semi-skimmed milk, are actually digested very slowly, and this is beneficial because of its effect on your blood sugar. Medium GI foods are often slightly sweeter. They need to be digested a little bit quicker. And the last category are the high ones that are generally the very sugary foods. Rice cakes might surprise you, but it's again because of the way that they're processed that the blood sugar goes up very quickly and goes down very quickly.
So this is what it's important for us to remember, really. It's the things that take longest to eat that are best for us. Is that right?
That's right.
Put it simply.
That's right. A very simple way of looking at it. If you think of an apple, which is a low GI food, you've got to chew it. Your body's got to break it down. Therefore, your blood sugar is going to go up nice and slowly and go down nice and slowly. That's what you want. If you compare it to something sugary in a drink form, no chewing, very little work in the gut. That's going to make your blood sugar go up quickly when you'll feel great and go down when you need another fix.
Well, let's look at some of the comments we've been getting from viewers, and we've got a lot of them. Amber in Swansea says, I lost 2 stone in 2 months on this diet, but it's less a diet and more just a realistic, healthy way of life. Isn't that the truth? It's not a diet.
That's absolutely the truth. This isn't a quick fix. It's not a fad diet. It's based on good scientific evidence. And the key there for me is that was quite slow, steady weight loss. It's not a quick fix.
Now, Dr. Frost, if I can just ask you, we've had lots of questions put to us. One says, I'm at high risk of getting diabetes. I've started the GI diet to control this, but I've also got irritable bowel syndrome. Is the GI diet going to help with those kind of things as well?
Are you asking really about the irritable bowel syndrome? Because I mean, the diabetes bit, the answer is absolutely it will help. Irritable bowel is a little bit difficult to answer because it's very much an individual issue, and the triggers for an individual's irritable bowel syndrome vary enormously. Now, if this person actually finds that the actual lower GI foods actually trigger that makes it difficult. But saying that, the low GI foods, there is a wide variety of ones. They're not just the foods that are high in fibre, as you've seen from the, I guess, from the studio. There are things like white pasta, for example, which is a low GI food. So I think with some reading, you can actually get your diet, or reduce the glycemic index of your diet, but actually meet the other demands that you have for your health.
And very briefly, Asmina, this doesn't exclude any food groups.
The key is it's about GI as part of an overall healthy eating plan. You do need to look at calories, you need to look at portion sizes, have some physical activity, but absolutely by adding low GI foods like add a salad to your meal, have a piece of fruit afterwards, you can reduce your blood sugar response and it can be much healthier.
Asmina, thank you very much indeed. And thank you very much indeed, Dr. Frost.
And that's it for the moment. Now it's time for news where you are.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the lunchtime news from Granada. First, the headlines. A Lancashire woman admits to one of the worst cases of animal cruelty welfare officers have ever seen. The Liners are heading back to Liverpool, a £17 million plan to return the city to its seafaring heyday. And rude food. Is this enough to put you off your dinner? First today, animal welfare officers have described it as the worst case of cruelty in British history. Rosalind Gregson from Silverdale in Lancashire today admitted 9 charges of cruelty and causing unnecessary suffering in a case which left RSPCA officers shocked and sickened. Well, joining us live now from Preston Magistrates Court is Elaine Wilcox. Elaine.
Well, Tony, when RSPCA officers raided this picturesque cottage in Silverdale in Lancashire, they found a truly shocking scene. 271 animals, mainly dogs, but also some cats, birds, rabbits and a chinchilla crammed into every room. Some were emaciated, unable to stand, almost all were covered in their own waste. The stench apparently was horrific. This morning, 3 days into this trial, 55-year-old Rosalind Gregson changed her plea to guilty to causing unnecessary suffering to 9 dogs. 3 of those have had to be put down. The judge was shown a video of the extent of the horror in this house. Animals were crammed into cages stacked high. Sarah Hayland, an RSPCA inspector, said she'll never forget what she saw there.
It was quite shocking, really. We had no idea what we would be dealing with all the way through the 2 days that we were there, and it was upsetting for myself and my colleagues to find animals kept in those conditions.
While both the defence and prosecution in this case have described it as tragic, they all except Rosalind Gregson didn't act maliciously, but said she had an obsession with collecting animals that went completely wrong. The judges said he can't rule out a custodial sentence. The RSPCA say they hope it will act as a deterrent to others. Now back to the studio.
Elaine, thank you. Police at Manchester Airport have today started a clampdown on football hooligans attempting to travel to the Turkish capital for next week's Champions League final. Caroline Wareham has this report.
Thousands of Liverpool fans will be travelling to Istanbul over the next few days to see their beloved club play in the Champions League final. Determined to stop any football hooligans from ruining the party, today Greater Manchester Police launched Operation Buffalo. From Sunday, officers here at the airport will be keeping an eye out for anyone convicted of violence or football-related disorder. When caught, they'll be banned from getting on the aircraft and, where necessary, brought before the courts the next morning.
This is a fantastic occasion for the North West. It's a fantastic occasion for English football. We want to be part of a process which puts English football on an international stage to show that we've got the best supporters in the world and we don't run on football hooliganism.
The operation is in conjunction with Merseyside Police and the National Criminal Intelligence Service.
One of 5 people accused of murdering a Lancashire businessman has walked free from court. Kenneth Idham was attacked on the driveway of his home in Ormskirk in February last year. The judge at Preston Crown Court directed the jury to acquit 39-year-old Rodney Bishop. The trial of the 4 remaining defendants, including Mr. Idham's wife and stepson, continues. The classical musician Nigel Kennedy is appealing for the return of 3 of his violins after they were stolen from his tour bus in Liverpool. The electric violins, which feature the Aston Villa crest, his favourite team, were taken from a van in Nelson Street in the city after a concert on Sunday evening. There's more misery for motorists travelling on the M6 in Cheshire today. The stretch between junctions 16 at Crewe and 17 at Sandbach, which opened more than 40 years ago, is in urgent need of repair. A £10 million project is being carried out to upgrade the surface, with drivers warned to expect delays at peak times until January. Manchester United fans attended a public meeting last night to decide how to protest against Malcolm Glazer's takeover. Fans voted to wear black for Saturday's FA Cup final, as well as boycotting the club's sponsors and tearing up their season tickets.
I've rung up the club to cancel 2 season tickets today, and I won't be going back. I shall create as much problems for Malcolm Glazer as I possibly can.
We will get Manchester United back to the proper people that it belongs to.
If the rest of the people feel the same as the people that were in there, the 500 that are in there, then we'll be all right.
Now, it was once the biggest commercial seaport in Western Europe, the pride of the Seven Seas, and the port they all wanted to be seen at. Today, city leaders announced plans to try and bring Liverpool's seafaring days back, with a £17 million grant to build a new liner terminal. It's hoped the new facilities will attract some of the world's biggest ships, bringing a significant lift for jobs and tourism. Rachel William reports.
Pictures filmed at Liverpool docks during the city's maritime heyday. The docks were once one of the busiest in the world. Now, thanks to a £17 million grant, cruise liners like this will once again be a common sight in the city. A 250-metre landing stage will be built on the Prince's Dock. It's expected to create 90 jobs and bring thousands of new tourists to the city to see the world-famous waterfront.
It's recreating the life and the future of Liverpool and the Mersey waterfront, which is one of our most outstanding assets. And it's Liverpool city centre, but it's also Open Golf Championships at Royal Liverpool in Hoylake and at Birkdale in Southport. It's the Grand National. It's museums and galleries better than anywhere else outside London. So that's one really marvellous set of attractions.
When the QE2 visited Liverpool in the past, hundreds of people turned out to see her, and the arrival of other ships is likely to be met with the same enthusiasm. The new landing stage will be able to accommodate the world's biggest cruise ships, as well as Navy vessels and tall ships. Tourism bosses are expecting more than 25 cruises to drop anchor in the city each year, enabling thousands of visitors to join the capital of culture celebrations in 2008.
One of the country's top soap stars is giving her backing to a new scheme in Lancashire for sufferers of domestic abuse. Sally Lindsay's Coronation Street character Shelley is at the centre of a storyline in which she's abused at the hands of her on-screen partner Charlie. She says she's been so affected by messages from women in a similar situation that she wanted to help. Tim Scott reports.
After months of abuse at the hands of her partner Charlie, Sally Lindsay, better known as Shelley the barmaid from the Rover's Return, was inundated with messages from members of the public who'd suffered like her character, but of course their stories were for real. That's why she's backing Sal's Place, which opens today in Lancaster. The centre is the first of its kind in the city and will provide practical and emotional support for anyone suffering from domestic abuse.
The problem is it is a secret disease, and I think Sal's Place will be fantastic because there's somewhere for people to go if they feel they're in fear or they feel their confidence is completely gone, they feel they can't go out the door. There's somewhere, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
It's hoped Sal's Place will encourage victims of domestic abuse to come forward and help themselves, instead of suffering alone in silence.
On to sport now, and while off-the-field activities continue to dominate at Old Trafford, some good news for United fans. Sir Alex Ferguson is reported to have pledged another 3 years to the club. It couldn't come at a better time for United as they prepare to face Arsenal in the FA Cup final. Chris Hall reports.
The spotlight may have drifted towards Chelsea and Liverpool, but for years it's been Arsenal and Manchester United who've monopolised English football's most prized silverware. This year their rivalry has boiled over, with angry exchanges both on and off the pitch, not to mention that food fight. Their latest dust-up comes on the biggest stage of all, the FA Cup final, and United wouldn't have it any other way.
If you look at what's been happening the last 10 years, it's like Manchester United and Arsenal have been competing for the trophies all the time. So it's been going on for a long time, and it's been an incredible, fantastic competition between two great clubs. And it won't be any different on Saturday.
You know, over the years I've always seen Arsenal as our biggest rivals, ahead of Chelsea and Liverpool and teams like that. FA Cup finals sometimes can be, an anti-climax, but I think it'll be pretty explosive, to be honest with you.
Just to spice things up further, it's win or bust for the bitter rivals. Whoever loses ends a long, hard season with their trophy cabinet alarmingly empty.
Yes, it looks as though Steve McManaman's career may have come to an end. Manchester City manager Stuart Pearce has confirmed the club will not be renewing the former Liverpool and Real Madrid midfielder's contract. The 33-year-old made just 44 appearances for City. Preston's remarkable season continues. Last night they drew 0-0 at Derby. This secures them a place in the Championship playoff final in Cardiff on Bank Holiday Monday. Alistair Connolly has this report.
Their manager may say they're in bonus land already, but Preston could be about to hit the jackpot. The Lancashire side are now just one game away from the Premiership, having sealed their place in the Championship playoff final with a goalless draw at Pride Park. The two sides failed to produce much of a spectacle. After a dire first half, Preston striker David Nugent squandered the best chance of the game. The Rams were awarded a penalty a minute later, after Chris Lucchetti was harshly adjudged to have fouled Gregors Raziak. The Pole took the penalty himself, only to see his effort strike the foot of the post and his team's hopes end for another year. Billy Davis, on the other hand, is still dreaming.
We've got nothing to lose now. You know, we're in the final at Cardiff. It's a wonderful achievement. We're in bonus land, I've said all along. To get to the playoffs has been an absolute joy. To get to the final is now a wonderful day for our fans and everybody concerned. We've already proven this season that we can beat the teams that we're playing against in this league, and there's no reason why we can't go now and on the day get one or two breaks, and you never know what can happen.
Best of luck to Preston. Now then, anyone out there just about to sit down for a spot of lunch, maybe this will give you a few ideas. The Vegetarian Society is trying to spice up meal times and encourage us to eat more healthily, but some people say this campaign is simply too rude for food. Well, joining us now to discuss it, one of the people behind it, Tina Fox from the Vegetarian Society. Tina, a little bit too much this, isn't it? Come on.
No, it's just a bit of fun. We actually produced this movie to go on cinema screens a few years ago, and it was actually financially supported by the Cooperative Bank, which is hardly a risque organisation.
Indeed, I understand that, but if you look at some of the images that we're seeing now, they don't leave a great deal to the imagination. Is that the best way to encourage people to eat vegetables?
They're suggestive, but they are meant to be a bit of fun, and that's why we've involved Dave Spikey in the campaign this year, because people know his sense of humour, people like him. People are often accusing vegetarians of being po-faced and holier than thou, and we're trying to show them that we're not.
I don't think anybody has a problem with the message of getting people to eat more vegetables and to eat more healthily. We're always hearing that our children need to be eating more healthily, but this isn't appropriate for children, is it? Age 7, 8, 9, when they're asking Mum, what exactly does that mean, Mum? What does that mean, Dad?
Well, perhaps Mum and Dad should be explaining to them about the bees and the birds, to be honest.
Well, I'm sure they are, but they don't need it shoved in their face in this way, though, do they?
They've only got to walk out onto the street and they can see billboards with rather suggestive young ladies, very scantily clad. The same with men, and they can see things on the television all the time. I don't think a few fruit and vegetables are really going to upset anybody that much.
All right, and just very finally then, as far as you're concerned, this is okay, you're not going too far with this?
We don't think so, no.
All right, well, Tina, thanks very much indeed. Thanks for joining us today. A bit of food for thought there, as we like to say. I'm sure you'll agree. And we want to know what you think. Do you think this is the right way to be advertising vegetables, or is it just a bit of fun, or going a bit too far? Email us now to the usual address at granada.reports@itv.com. That's granada.reports@itv.com. We'd like your views. We'll try and read as many of them as possible tonight at 6 on Granada Reports. OK, let's see what the weather has in store. Here's Joe Blythe.
Granada weather with bmibaby.com.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The weekend is looking unsettled and showery with some heavy outbursts of showery rain today, tomorrow and Sunday. With some sunshine around in between the downpours, it shouldn't feel too bad. This afternoon, temperatures reaching 18 Celsius. Some of the showers are heavy though, containing hail and thunder. These will slowly die away this evening and overnight with 1 or 2 breaks in that cloud developing. Essentially dry by tomorrow morning. Temperatures by no means chilly, down to around 7 Celsius out of built-up areas. And winds will once again be fresh and southwesterly. Tomorrow it's another very showery picture with some heavier bursts at times tomorrow afternoon. Some brightness around, perhaps a few glimmers of sunshine in between the downpours. Temperatures notched down on today's values to around 17 Celsius, 63 Fahrenheit.
Granada weather with bmibaby.com, the airline with tiny fares.
No trouble reading our weather. That's the news and sports so far today. Join Lucy and myself at 6 tonight when we'll have more on that shocking case of animal cruelty in Lancashire, which welfare officers described as one of the worst ever in the UK. That and your emails on rude food live at 6. For now, though, have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.
Hello again. Today's main news. Scientists in Newcastle have created the first ever cloned human embryo in the West. Researchers believe it could lead to treatments that will revolutionise the way we combat diseases like Parkinson's and diabetes. But pro-life groups are outraged.
The man given responsibility for tackling thugs in our schools is today launching his zero tolerance campaign. Head teacher Sir Alan Steer may even introduce new powers to allow teachers to tackle violent pupils in the classroom.
And the Electoral Commission says that the postal voting system needs a dramatic rethink to stop fraud. It says that unless the government pushes through essential reforms, postal ballots will always be vulnerable.
Well, that is Friday's lunchtime news. Coming up next on the ITV News channel, Jane Tomlinson talks about her remarkable fight against cancer and her latest fundraising challenge.
I'll be here with Nina Hussain for the evening news. That's at 6:30 tonight. We'll have all the latest developments then.
And the lunchtime news is back on Monday, but until then, have a great weekend.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
ITV National Weather, sponsored by Powergen.
Hello, good afternoon. It's going to be a showery weekend, some heavy and thundery downpours around, but if you do get a soaking, not to worry, the next sunny spell will never be too far away. When the sun does come through, it's going to warm up nicely, and that's the way it is today. There are some heavy showers around, lots of them up in the north and west, sunny spells there in short supply, but for the rest of us, the sun will be coming through at times through the day, and it warms up nicely in the sunshine, temperatures up to around 18 at best. Now, most of the showers will die away overnight. We'll keep some in the south and west, Wales and the West Country. Many other places dry and clear for a spell overnight. But then during the day tomorrow, it's back to square one, a mixture of sunshine and showers. Once again, some of them heavy and thundery, a bit breezy in the west too, particularly around the showers. But in the sunshine, it's a warm 18.
Positive energy from Powergen.
Lisa Anson today asks the question, have I been here before? And later at 2, Abby Titmus, good girl gone bad, bad girl done good.
The UEFA Champions League final, AC Milan Liverpool live Wednesday at 7, ITV1. The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the pollies, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
Come on, number 2. We're going out into the field to find out about Learn Direct courses. That's Lisa. She went to a local Learn Direct centre because she couldn't see a future in flipping burgers. She's been doing one of our new computer courses for beginners. It's online, so she can do it when she wants. She'll have a qualification before you know it. I can smell success already.
Could be the onions.
For your local centre, call 0800 101 901. Nothing can stop you when you Learn Direct.
With twice as many dedicated patrols as any other breakdown organisation, no one knows more about fixing cars at the roadside than the AA. Join now from just £39 by calling 0800 444 999 or buy online.
Okay, what am I?
A little horse.
No! Okay, what about this?
Oh, I get it. It's the Star Wars Episode 3 scratch cards launch.
Oh, scratch at £40,000 instant when you could.
The National Lottery, in association with Star Wars Episode 3.
Funny you are. Not.
Hey, Gringo. We hear that you're paying for your car insurance monthly.
What? And you're not with Virgin Money?
No. For that, amigo, you must pay.
Don't be punished for paying your car insurance monthly. Unlike some, Virgin Money offer great value car insurance with no extra charge for paying monthly.
When you're smiling, when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Hey, smile! It's half price until Sunday at DFS.
The sun comes shining through.
Smile! There's 4 years free credit and everything's free for a year.
Stop your sighing. Be happy again when you're smiling.
Smile! Half price on the Designer's Choice collection. Ends Sunday, 5 p.m. at DFS.
Ding.
The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the pollies, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
Former EastEnders star Chris Parker joins the Loose Women at 2, followed by Mums on Strike at 2:45.
Everything you're about to see could be true, or it could be the figment of our celebrity's imagination. It all depends on whether you believe. Have we all been here before in a past life? If we've been here before, who were we? Many people believe that under deep relaxation, they've recalled vivid and detailed memories of past lives. The question is it true? Some people believe that past life regression is a way of exploring the idea that we've all been here before. We'll be taking our celebrity into their subconscious using a form of hypnosis. The often startling revelations will be put to the test as our history detective follows the clues, looking for solid evidence. Are these memories of past lives or just fantasy? The experts will have their say, but in the end, it's up to you to decide. What do you believe? Have we been here before? On today's show, we'll be probing the subconscious mind of DJ and TV personality Lisa Ianson, this year's queen of Celebrity Big Brother. She's famed for her wild child antics and bossy behaviour, but who might she have been in a former life?
I think we're all endlessly fascinated by alternative realities or finding out more about other sides of ourselves or other sides of this so-called perceived world and different dimensions. And I mean, there's so many elements to what today's going to be about. So I'm excited and intrigued. I definitely believe in karma. I definitely believe in the whole, you know, issue of reincarnation and energy and the soul. And I mean, there's so much beauty and magic going on we're not even aware of. And things like this tap into that. From this life that I'm living right now, my mother always drummed into me the word humility, and I'm still trying to find it. So that's probably my purpose for this lifetime.
She's had an adventurous life, but is Lisa ready to encounter her former self?
I'm as ready as I'm ever gonna be. Wish me luck though. I'm apprehensive but excited. Hello.
Hello, Lisa. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Regression therapist Andrea Fawkes is a firm believer in past lives.
I have been quoted as saying that regression is one of the greatest experiences you can have in the 21st century. I say that because I think it's probably one of the most illuminating experiences you can have in today's society, because it's purely about you, it's about your soul, it's about who you are. So if you take a seat.
As regression therapist Andrea can relax Lisa's mind, she uses a serene and hypnotic voice to take Lisa into a deep, dreamlike state. Andrea believes that once inside Lisa's subconscious, she can unlock the past life memories that may be hidden beneath.
You're going to sense yourself in a corridor now, a very, very long corridor. And in that corridor, you're going to notice various doors off to the left and to the right, each door symbolising a past life you've lived.
It's like a dark brown corridor. Small arch, a wooden door at the end. Sort of like a monastery kind of vibe. Like a vaulted cathedral wall or a church wall or something inside.
I want you to go back to a time in that lifetime when you had a physical body.
A young guy, 20-something, 23.
Can you see what clothes you're wearing, if any?
And sort of a brown habit sort of thing, like a little cord belt or something around it. Brown, like that was sort of what monks wear and stuff.
Do you know what your name is?
Dominos or something. Dominos, something.
Do you take a new name when you become a monk or not?
No. Domano.
And where in the world is this place?
I think I'm in Italy.
Do you know what year it is?
1739. There's a fountain. I read it on the fountain.
And what do your days consist of? What do you do each day?
Get up really early, wash cold water, go pray, chapel, and then work in the garden. I like lettuces and stuff. I plant them. I like doing that. Sometimes we have rich people who visit. They give money.
Is there anyone else around, or are you on your own?
There's a fire.
What kind of fire?
There's a fire over the wall. There's a fire.
A normal fire? Or...
No, raging fire. There's a fire.
What's happening in the fire?
There's just a fire.
And how do you feel about it?
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's just a fire. There's a fire.
What room's the fire in?
It's outside. It's over the wall. It's coming. You know, it's gonna burn. It's gonna burn. It's just dangerous. No, it's gonna burn. Just saw it. It's just really bright. Suddenly, it just. Oof.
What do you do? What do you do in the clothes that you wear? What is your position in the community or the society you live in?
Nothing. Just there. Just lowly. Just there. Not just a guy. Just a monk. Just a guy.
So you're a monk.
Just helping. Just helping. The fire burnt everything.
Mm.
People died. I had to leave.
You had to leave?
I've left where I was before.
What's the town called?
Siena. It's a long walk. It's cold, it's damp, it's muddy, it's so muddy. I have my faith, I'm strong. I'm not scared.
Allow yourself to go to the next significant event in that lifetime. What's happened?
I found I'm much older.
Mm-hmm.
I found employment. Someone looks out after me, but I help them spiritually.
And what do you do?
A guide. I advise. I help.
What does this family or this man that you work for do for a living?
He's a merchant.
Where do you live with this family?
Maybe it's Venice. It looks like Venice.
Go to the last day of that lifetime, the last day of that lifetime.
I can see myself on a bed, and I'm old. I'm dying, I think.
Mm-hmm. Who's there?
There's kind faces.
Mm-hmm.
A strong light just came to get me. It's beautiful.
And what did you learn in that lifetime?
Tranquility, simplicity, pious, gentle.
And so as we come back to the present now, and I'm going to count you up from 1 to 10. 1, 2, lighter and lighter. 3, 4, lighter and brighter. 5, 6, coming out of it. 7, 8, eyes open. 9, 10, wide awake. How do you feel?
Oh my God. Oh God, that fire. The fire. I'm so scared though. It's like, no, but proper fear. It's bizarre, really. I think it's the most extreme thing I've ever done. I've done things that are sort of physically extreme, and obviously with my rational conscious mind, but that was just mind-blowing. I'm trying to work it out. It might take a couple of days.
So the question is, what do you think? Do you believe that Lisa was a monk in a past life? Time for some detective work. We gave the details of Lisa's regression to our expert historian Jules Hudson to see what he could uncover.
So we have a name and a role. Things are starting to add up. It's certain that Damianus' world was soon to be ripped apart.
See what we found out after the break.
Get closer and find out what happened when Tara took Colleen shopping. Plus, Jordan tells us why Harvey will never know her new baby. Get closer.
Relocating to France was the best move we've ever made.
Everything's so convenient.
We really love the cute little winding streets.
We met the mayor yesterday. It was charming. Getting things done here is simply not a problem at all.
It's simply a better quality of life.
Yep. Life is good. Port Salut, the smooth taste of France.
Ding.
Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the Pollies, top 8 for the Reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
Yeah, I'm all right. See you in 15 minutes. Go, go, go.
For fast relief from allergies, call on Benadryl. It's the only allergy capsule that starts working in just 15 minutes. Benadryl. When we say it's fast, we mean it's fast.
All clear.
With just one application, Wartner freezes the core of warts and verrucas. Wartner, fast and effective treatment.
Let's take it nice and easy. It's gonna be so easy for us to fall in love. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it every time.
The Planet Conservatory's £1 million giveaway is back. Yes, that's £1 million worth of savings across our entire range. But hurry, once the money's gone, it's gone. Or why not order now and pay nothing until 2006? Come and visit Planet today, or call us on 07000 560 260.
.118 is now faster, smarter, helpfuler than before. This calls for 118. 118.
Hate it or love it, get the games hit and join the Jamster Clubs for more fun. Text L1 for the Monos, L2 for the Pollies, or L3 for the Real Music Sounds to 88888.
Feeling lonely? Get Acon's hit and join the 82228 clubs for more fun. Text A1 for the Monos, A2 for the Pollies, or A3 for the Real Music Sounds to 82228.
When baby comes along, can things ever be the same again between you and your partner? Should he have to accept that he's no longer #1 in the pecking order? Well, we've got a man in who's written a bluffer's guide to being a dad, Marcus Berkman. Plus, ex-EastEnder Chris Parker on rebuilding his life and moving on. That's Loose Women at 2 o'clock. We'll see you then.
Welcome back. This show explores the idea that we've all been here before, but it's about your perspective and what you believe to be true. So far, we've regressed TV personality and DJ Lisa Ianson to a past life where she has vivid recollections that she was a monk in Italy in 1739.
There's a fire over the wall, there's a fire. People died. The fire burnt everything.
So where did all this information come from? Was Lisa really tapping into a former life, or was it a story that she'd just dragged out of her imagination? There are many arguments for and against the idea that we've all lived before, but in the end, it always comes down to one thing. What do you believe?
Very often in these past life regressions, people will either be religious figures or they'll come into contact with religious figures. And I think this reflects the fact that people think of the whole past life regression as a spiritual experience.
I've actually never met anybody who's very famous who's not basically also very, very insecure. And I think these fantasies that they're coming out with are very often reflection of this insecurity.
There is no scientific evidence for the transfer of past life memories to the present life any more, in fact, than there is a scientific evidence of past lives. But I cannot imagine any mechanism whereby memories from a previous life could be transferred to a new generation of people.
In a moment, we'll be catching up with Lisa for the first time since her regression, and we'll see what she makes of it all. But first, our historian detective now reveals the results of his investigation. Has he found any truth in Lisa's story?
In the 16th century, most of the monasteries in Britain, like this one, Bolton Abbey, were destroyed by Henry VIII. But in the rest of Europe, they continue to thrive. In Lisa's regression, she gives us some wonderfully vivid images of monastic life. She talks about the great vaulted ceilings and those long corridors full, of course, of those characters in the brown robes. Not to mention all that really nasty stuff about having to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning for cold baths and early morning prayers. The images Lisa describes certainly paint an interesting story, but are there any hard facts? Perhaps the first and most obvious place to start is with that name, Damino or Demianus.
Dominos or something. Dominos something.
Now it seems to me that Lisa was actually trying to say Demianus, which is no bad thing because in Italian it means Damien, and he was a very popular Catholic saint. And I've managed to find this picture of a wall painting of him from central Italy. Now that much seems to ring true.
Do you take a new name when you become a monk or not?
No. Damano.
Although Lisa was still struggling with the pronunciation, she was adamant that Domino or Demianos didn't change his name when he became a monk. At this time, there were many groups of monks, each with their own rules and practices. And in the 18th century, nearly all monks would have changed their names when they were ordained. However, there were exceptions to this rule, and one group who didn't always change their names were the Franciscan friars. The Franciscans were devout Catholics and lived like many European monks, but there were a few characteristics that set them apart. The first thing is that they didn't always change their name when they got ordained, and they were also set apart by their very distinctive appearance. And that leads us to our second valuable clue.
Can you see what clothes you're wearing, if any?
A brown habit sort of thing. Like a little cord belt or something around it.
This description of a brown habit is surprisingly telling. Different orders of monks wore different colours: black, grey, white, or mixtures of brown and cream and so on. But once again we are led to the Franciscans, who appear to be the only monks at that time to wear a plain brown habit. So, no name change and a brown habit. Things are starting to add up, but there was a third clue.
Sometimes we have rich people who visit. They give money.
Franciscan friars couldn't own property, and although they were largely self-sufficient for their day-to-day living, they were reliant on donations and gifts from merchants or benefactors to help support their community. Now each of these facts may not have sounded like much on their own, but put together they are starting to add up. Was Lisa's monk a Franciscan friar? But there's just one problem with that. What would a friar be doing, fulfilling the lowly duties Lisa described?
I help in the garden. I like lettuces and stuff. I plant them. I like doing that.
This kind of labouring doesn't sound quite right for a Franciscan friar. They were more likely to spend their days at prayer or learning. However, the Franciscan community was not only made up of friars, but also lay brothers. We use the term monk as a general title, but there were different levels within their society, and a lay brother would have been dressed in the same fashion as a friar, but he would have tended to the more manual duties. They lived at the monastery and took care of the crops, the garden, and handled the money. In effect, they were the workers, keeping the whole place running and the monks in food and warmth. Lisa even hinted at this when she described Damianos as a lowly person of no standing or importance, just like a monk's assistant, a lay brother.
Lowly, just there, not just a guy, just a monk, just a guy, just helping.
So we have a name and a role, and a colourful description of a lowly man in a brown habit. Now, of course, we can never be certain, but it's just possible that Lisa's describing the life of a lay Franciscan monk. But whatever the truth of it, it's certain that Damianos' world was soon to be ripped apart, because in Lisa's regression, she talks about this huge fire.
It's coming, you know, it's gonna burn, it's gonna burn.
Could the fire have been started deliberately? We don't know, but it was unlikely to have been through any political or religious persecution at that time. But whatever the cause of the fire, it led Damianus to make a big decision. Lisa says that Damianus felt he had to leave the monastery and embark on a long journey. And allegedly, he went from Siena to Venice, and even by today's standards, that's a long trip. Leaving the order would not have been a simple or an easy step to take, and perhaps that's why Damianus travelled so far, to get away from any potential disapproval. The idea that Damianus went to Venice isn't beyond the realms of possibility, because we know that at the time the wealthy often sought spiritual guidance, and where better for an ex-monk to go. But have we come any closer to discovering if Lisa's monk really existed? That's for you to decide.
Well, there you go.
Wow.
You started off, it was interesting because you started off watching that and you were sort of laughing and and almost sort of poo-pooing the idea. And gradually, as that film went on, you went quieter and quieter and quieter.
I got spooked.
Did you?
Yeah.
You accurately described the type of monk, the Franciscan monk.
Apparently
You got the habit right.
Yes,
The order of the monks wearing the brown robes, the fact that he didn't change his name, that rich patrons were fundamental to the survival of the Franciscans. Where would that come from in your head?
Honestly, I either have a very vivid imagination or it was a genuine, genuine experience in terms of the words were free-flowing. But then, the most emotional point was the fire, because that really got me, How
vivid was it?
It was there. It was there. I was freaked, actually. I freaked myself out, to be honest.
Did you think about it afterwards?
I was drained afterwards. I was so exhausted, mentally and physically. I was drained.
You're not the sort of person, really, or you don't strike me as the sort of person who would freely give of your emotions on television, and you're quite openly crying there. How did you feel about that?
I was aware, at least when I started, the whole regression, that there were cameras, we were being filmed, and I found that sort of a bit awkward. But then, as I say, I even surprised myself with the whole sort of letting go of and revealing much more probably than I would have normally, and also the tears as well. That totally caught me unaware. So it kind of feels like that was real, that I was that person I was in that moment, because I certainly felt it at the time.
Does this fit into what you believe in your life?
Philip, honestly, I don't know. I'd like to think, wow, I was a good person once. So maybe there's hope.
You stopped being a monk, though. You were a good person for a while, and then you went and got a job.
Yeah, but come on, I still gave him some spiritual guidance. I just got a sort of a nicer bedroom.
You say that your mum has always, her influence always on you has been her belief in the importance of humility.
Yes, I'm still learning that word. But yes, it kind of ties in, doesn't it, with this story of a guy who was very humble, at least for most of his life until, even I'd say even after he went to Venice.
So when you came into this, did you believe that there is a possibility that you had lived before, or were you coming in purely to see whether it was your imagination that played the tricks?
I'm really open, very, very receptive to it all. I think it helps if you have a belief in reincarnations to do something like regression. I also think it helps if you have a vivid imagination. But honestly, something happened. I can't define it any more than that. Something happened.
You say you've got you require a vivid imagination. Would you imagine that your imagination would provide you with a Franciscan monk, a guy terrified by fire? Was that the sort of picture you imagined coming out of your head?
Nah, if I could really choose my own past life, I'd be so much more glamorous. And especially, I don't want to be a bloke.
I was about to ask you that. Were you surprised that you were a guy?
Yeah. A white guy, me, being a monk, being humble, just so not what I am.
Well, we've heard what Lisa thinks and what our detective has managed to find out. Time now to see what the experts make of it all.
Lisa's mother has often told her that she should be more humble, and maybe this is a way her subconscious mind is apologising in a way to her mother and saying, "Mother, I really am a very humble person. I really am a monk. In a previous life I was a monk, and you can't get much more humble than that. So are you satisfied now, Mother?"
If you'd been a monk in your past life, you probably need a bit of drinking and smoking in this one, maybe, just to sort of, I don't know, balance the whole thing up. If this is about different experiences, maybe we come here to experience different aspects of life.
In the past life as the monk, what that really says about Lisa is that she had a lot of her freedom and independence taken away from her. And in this lifetime, she's evolved into being quite an outspoken person and being quite independent. And I think that's what she learnt from the life as the monk, that it wasn't all that good because she wasn't that independent.
Now, as you sit here, having you've watched your regression, you've seen the results that our historian has come up with. So here you go, $1 million question: do you believe in reincarnation?
Do I believe in reincarnation? I'd have to say, if I had to say yes or no, I'd have to say yes. There's something there. There's something there.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you.
Join us again on Monday when we'll give you another chance to delve into the possibility of past lives. Have you been here before?
I don't think we're going to make it. I feel like I'm skinny and hungry, lowly of the low. I think that I've been punished.
Is it just coincidence, or is this Jono in a previous life?
Next, the Loose Women talk Abby Titmuss and boys doing ballet, plus ex-EastEnder Chris Parker pops in for a chat. Mums on Strike is at T45, with Corrie star Shobna Gulati joining Paul at 5.
The Lowry Outlet Mall at Salford Quays, up to 50% discount off high street prices.
I've just saved a fortune.
Music, phones and gadgets.
Beautiful things for the home.
It's like having a sale all year round.
Much cheaper than the high streets.
We've got the largest Marks & Spencer and Nike outlet stores in the UK. There's fun for all the family. Why not make a day of it? With over 80 discount stores, cafes and restaurants, visit the Lowry Outlet Mall, Salford Quays, at the end of the M602.
Have you been injured, had an accident at work, or on the road, or in a public place? Unsure if you have a claim for compensation, concerned about hidden charges? Now, there is no need to worry. The Personal Injury Helpline will handle your claim with no charges and nothing taken from the money you're awarded. So, for a risk-free quality service, call us free now on 0800 085 1715. If you don't make the call, you'll never know.
DJ Crazy is at the turntables. Get the latest Crazy Frog mix and join the Ringtone King Clubs for more fun. Just text DJ 1 for the pollies, DJ 2 for the reels, or DJ 3 for the video ringtones to 84888.
Same planet, different world. Deep Jungle, Tuesday at 8, ITV1.
Saturday on ITV1, it's the grand finale. Back for one night only and taking centre stage, the 7 finalists sing live for your vote. But who'll be crowned king or queen with the chance to top the charts again? Their future is in your hands.
This is the place to be!
Hit Me Baby one more time, the finale Saturday at 9.
Richard swaps the rugby club for a weekend with his 5 children, while professional chef Ian has to cater for 2 children under 4. And all this time, Mum's on strike. That's in 45 minutes here on ITV Day, after Loose Women.
Billy Elliot has opened in the West End, but how would you feel if your little boy wanted to take up ballet? Should boys be boys and girls be girls? Welcome to Loose Women. Yes, it's Friday, and I can promise you Friday fun today. Friday fun today. Well, 3 of us will be having fun, mainly at Colleen's expense, of course, but hey, that's life.
Yeah.
Now, Abby Titmuss, a couple of years ago, we'd never heard of her. Now she seems to be all over the shop. Would you describe her as a girl done good or a good girl gone bad? What do you reckon? And do grown men really get jealous of tiny little bundles of joy? We'll be asking that very question to a man who knows a thing or two about fatherhood. He's written a book about it, A Bluffer's Guide, apparently. Writer Marcus Berkman keeps the boys' ends up. And we'll be asking Strictly Come Dancing star Chris Parker, oh, he's a lovely looking boy there, isn't he, if it's okay for boys to take up ballet. And he'll be telling us a secret he's not even told his mum. Yes, you'll hear it here first. And of course you can let us know what you think of any of today's topics by emailing us at loose.women@itv.com. Now, if this lot are a class of giggly schoolgirls, I'm their head prefect, keeping them all in line. It's me, Kay Adams. And talking of class is a girl who doesn't have any. It's Jenny Powell. Now, I've decided to turn over a new leaf and not insult her today. It's a shame she's not bright enough to notice. It's Cleve Holman! And finally, a girl who was always told off at school for something that she didn't do. Pass any exams. It's Claire Sweeney. Now, we have some caring viewers out there who are obviously concerned about my tweedy knickers, which I have. Do you know I wore tweedy knickers? Because they have sent us some edible bra and panties. Take a look at these. I don't know what these are, actually.
They're them things around your neck.
Ah, here we go. Oh, no, listen.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Oh, my Lord. How's about that?
Adam! Do you know I'd eat myself if I were? I tell you what, even I might eat you.
No. We'll just go on and ignore that, will we, Claire? I tell you what, though, unfortunately, they don't come in burgers and chips flavour, Colleen. Would you like to know the calorie count?
No.
Only 40 calories. Not bad. A bit uncomfy, though. And I don't fancy eating the back of the G-string.
But I want to know what the fat content is.
Oh, well, I'll have a look. What would be your favourite flavour if you had to wear edible panties?
Chocolate.
Well, there's no fat in them. You're all right.
That's all
You know,
right.
I once tasted a chocolate condom.
What?
No, I didn't. No, this is purely for research. It was on a television programme, so I had to taste this chocolate condom. Do you know what it tastes of? Rubber. It does. Strangely, isn't it? There we go. I'm gonna keep talking, but I'm just gonna get the bra out just to laugh. Now look.
Oh, please.
Just do it for me.
Oh, eat me.
I'm not being funny. If you ate my bra, you'd be full for the rest of your life. That's ridiculous.
And there's 60 calories in that.
I don't care about the calories.
That's
you
each
can
one.
eat it.
Moving on. Okay, I don't know, has anyone seen the stage version of Billy Elliot? Give me those back, you.
It got fabulous reviews, didn't it?
Absolutely fabulous. Because, of course, Denise Wells' husband, Tim
Tim
Healy,
Healy.
is the dad in it. But it seems to have stirred up this whole debate again about boys doing ballet, which, you know, you would really hope had kind of gone away by now. You think that was set during the miners' strike, this sort of original film, wasn't it?
Oh, no, I think it's all a bit weird. I think boys do boys things and girls do girls things.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So
Old-fashioned, Jenny.
Well, that's why I'm sitting in this seat. Don't the old birds sit in?
Say hi to Jane, everyone. Hi, Jane. Love you.
No, but I
seriously think that?
If I had a little boy, I haven't got a bit. I don't want him to go to ballet. I want him to play rugby. And my little girl, I don't want her to play football or anything like that. I want her to wear pink and do the tutu thing.
Yeah, well, I want my little girl to be girly, and luckily she is. But my 12-year-old son Jake, who wants to be in the business, and he wants to audition for Billy. Not my business, that's for sure. He wants to audition for Billy Elliot, and so they've said to him he has to have basic ballet training. So he's now started ballet lessons.
All right.
And it's such a shame that there's still a stigma attached to it, because the first thing his teacher said to him was, right, Jake, you don't have to tell anybody you're here, you don't have to tell any of your friends.
Yeah,
and
how
his
his friends responded to this?
His friends, actually, of his own age have been great with it, but still the older generation, I mean, he plays football on his Sunday, and he missed one Sunday's match, and his football manager said, oh, that's because you're doing girly things.
Oh.
And there's still that stigma.
And what does his dad say about it?
His dad's all right about it, and his dad's been great. And if he turns out gay, I still love him.
Do you know what? See, we shouldn't make that association.
I've got a confession to make.
Go on.
If I had a little boy, I'd love him to be gay.
Wow.
Oh, where's this going?
Go shopping with him, listen to show tunes with him. I'd be made up. I'd sew his tutu for him.
I'm a bit worried about my Connie, because she's into dinosaurs. You know, and I'm like,
so what's
Connie, don't do
lesbians and
that.
dinosaurs got to do with each other?
Well, it's like, you know, but why isn't she into sort of Barbie and stuff like that, and little pink toys and dragons and all the rest of it?
I'd love it if Charlie was into dinosaurs.
I
Big
think it's
word.
just, yeah, but you'd call her Charlie for a start. She's got no hope.
Yeah, but you can't stereotype, can you, like that?
Well, but
You
we've
can't
just done
say that
it. I mean,
just because a girl plays with dinosaurs, she's not going to be girly. And, you know, when all my two boys, when they were little, I'm talking like from 18 months up to 2, they loved playing with soldiers, but they also loved playing with dolls, and because they don't know, I think we turn them into this, you can't do that because you're a boy, and you can't do that because you're a girl, and I think it's
yeah, and it's also really interesting how quickly we went on to sexuality there. Just because, you know, a wee boy would be doing ballet or a wee girl playing rugby, we immediately think of their sexuality, that they're going to be homosexual, which is, I mean, not that in any way there's anything wrong with that, but it's incredible how we went so quickly.
Because you do, I mean, people with my son immediately go, oh, he's doing ballet, you're not worried.
That's terrible. It's just absolutely
But
terrible.
yeah, there's just, I don't know, we're just conditioned. I mean, I've just been really, really honest, because deep down, I feel like I've been conditioned to not accept. It's things like when Gabby Logan, who's a great presenter, I'm still uncomfortable about her doing sport and talking about football, because I keep thinking, look, love, you've never played football in your life. And it just doesn't sit.
She's got great knowledge.
Jenny, you are a dinosaur.
Qualified as anyone else.
Des Lyman hasn't either.
Des Lyman wasn't a footballer, was he? Yeah, but he would have played football, wouldn't he?
Well, how do you know Gabby hasn't when she was little?
Well, there you go.
Well,
see?
I
She
think
should be doing nice entertainment shows and come dancing and all the rest of it. Not doing football.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I am all right.
You see, if there was a button now, I'd press it and you'd just move off the edge of that
really off there anyway.
So, let's say you went to the garage to get your car fixed. And
Yeah, I'd rather a man fix my car. And if there was a plumber and I had a plumbing problem, I'd rather a male plumber came round.
I'd rather a male fix my plumbing.
Would you rather have a male or female hairdresser? I'd have a gay male hairdresser, yeah, because they're great to chat to.
What about a straight male hairdresser?
No, I won't be happy with that.
So you're quite sexist, really.
Yeah.
A mass of contradictions, not to mention prejudices and discriminatory practices.
Oh, hello, that's on the end today.
Marvellous. Well, if we're going to be discriminating against people, we might as well choose our next subject, who is Abby Titmuss. Now, oh my goodness. We know where you lot stand. Well, she was the subject of a documentary last night on Channel 4. I mean, she seems to be all over the place. She's on Celebrity Love Island. But to have an hour-long documentary on Channel 4 dedicated to her, and it was called A Modern Day Morality Tale. And I think really what it was trying to do was sort of present her as being representative of a kind of girl that we see these days who's intelligent and got a lot going for her, but she chooses to go down the kind of sexual route in order to make a heck of a lot of money. And you could take two lines, couldn't you? Either good on them, they're making the best of opportunities. Apparently she's, what they think her earnings in the region of £1 million. Or you could say that, you know, she's a disgrace to the sisterhood. Goodness only knows what Jenny, the woman who wouldn't go to a female mechanic, thinks. But where do you go, Jenny?
What?
Not to female mechanics. Do you think good on you or, you know, disgraceful?
I'm not, it doesn't sit happy to me. To be fair, you know, I've sort of been on TV for like 20 years and I've worked hard and all the rest of it. And then all of a sudden there's this new age sort of celebrity who actually hasn't really done anything. I mean, she admits herself that she's been voted #1 most pointless celebrity. And it is pointless, and she admits to it, I'll give her that. But it's a case of, all right then, you had an opportunity which you could have either sort of put your head in the sand and all the rest of it, or sort of just made a quick killing. She's chosen to do that, but it's just like, all right, well in 20 years' time, what are you going to say you did and how you made your money? And I just think...
But I mean, there's lots of people who make their money in suspect ways, aren't there? I mean, if you went to the head of a pornographic publishing firm, you wouldn't expect him to give up his millions.
Who are you talking about? Mention their
I
names.
have to stop myself slightly there. You know, we don't question how other people make their money. You know, she's making the best of her chances.
Yeah, but there's a certain amount of responsibility, isn't there? Because basically all these those types of people who become celebrities now are role models, and it's like, you're just going to get loads of young girls now thinking, oh, I know what I've got to do. I'll get this out and this bit out, and I go out with him for a bit, have a bit of a scandal, whatever, and I'll make £1 million.
Yeah, well, that's how it is. But the thing is, I don't feel we can blame the girls that are doing this or the men that are doing this. We have to blame ourselves because we're reading the papers, we're watching the reality shows, and we're making them, you know, famous.
Well, let's let Abby talk for herself just for a little bit. We've got a little clip from the documentary that was on last night, and here's what she's got to say.
I don't feel the same as any other celebrity. I think maybe part of my, being all happy and stuff and trying to get on with things is that I don't like to think too much about, what's happened and how I've got here, and because I'm well aware of all that, I'm well aware of, and that's not how I would have chosen it to have happened in a million years.
I mean, she speaks very well. She's a very bright girl, very articulate. But what's interesting from that, there's almost a slight sense of shame from her. I don't know if I'm right.
And she's in denial as well, though. She just blocks it off. It's quite. Tell you what's quite interesting. Anthea Turner, she was really good mate with John Leslie, and when all the story broke about Abby, the four in a bed and what have you, as your father stuff, when all that broke, Anthea called John to see how they were, and Abby answered the phone. And Abby started saying, I don't know what to do, can you advise me, I'm absolutely horrified, my parents, pouring her heart out. And Anthea said to her, well, you and John have got two choices here. You either get on a plane and go to Australia, have babies, and just say, look, it's too hot for us at the moment in England, we want to get away, we want to keep our relationship together, and just bury your head in the sand. Or you cash in on it and you go the whole way. You do the whole porn thing and go the whole way. And they are the two choices that you have. There's no middle line here. So what choice did you take?
So, well, Claire, on that, I mean, that is clearly the choice that she took. Would you support her in that?
I think everyone is different. I personally couldn't. I couldn't do that. I think of my parents. I just don't know how I couldn't, how my mother would cope with that. And, also, it's very different. I've kind of trained for what I do. I went to stage school. I've earned my apprenticeship for what I do.
Well, you're talented, you've done...
But see, the whole thing about talent, I mean, the thing is she does have a talent because there is a market for her. I mean, what did she get, £30,000 for a photo shoot?
What is the talent, though? I've got no idea what talent means, I'm sorry.
It's quite obvious.
But I mean, I know people in television get a bit hung up about talent. The thing is, if people want to see you in whatever form, you could say, well, that is a talent. It's like you could say with Jade Goody, she might not have any obvious talent, but clearly there's a market for it. Apparently, she sells more of these magazines than anyone else. So we shouldn't get too hoity-toity about it. People want to see her in a magazine more than they want to see any of us. We should get over it.
I can't get over it. I'll never.
You've got to get over it.
No one's ever. I would do all of it if they offered it to me, but they don't offer it.
Come on, you're always. Would you?
50 quid, I'm yours.
No, come on. You're always making these kind of remarks. Yeah. Would you? I mean, let's say you were faced with that dilemma that Claire was explaining. You either sort of disappear and let the heat go off, or you say, right, I'm going to go for it. What would you do? Would you? Oh, yeah. You would do that. She's just annoying me now.
No, I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't do it. I think she did it off the back of his terrible trauma that he went through, and she got famous through that, really. I don't like that aspect of it. But if someone came up and I had the body and all that and said, I'll give you 30 grand for a photo session, yes, I'd get it all out on a plate.
So when you worked with John, when you going to break?
We're going to go to a break, I'm afraid, but I think I better hand these to you.
Thank you.
Because you're going to be needing these for the photo shoot. Well, listen, you can't miss the next part, can you? Because who knows what you're going to see. Colleen in an edible bikini. But still to come, who do you put first, your baby or your partner? We're joined by a man who's written a bluffer's guide to fatherhood. Writer Marcus Berkman will be here to tell all you men out there how to enjoy the nappies, the crying, the sleepless nights. It'll be fun, I promise. See you in 2 ticks.
Ding.
The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the pollies, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
Get down to Woolworths for the offer of the week. Meet the Fockers on DVD for only $14.99.
Morning, partner. Jack Burns, Pam's father. Wish we could set a wedding date without our parents actually having to meet.
If you thought your parents were embarrassing, you should meet the Fockers.
Give me some love.
Woolworths offer of the week. DVD only $14.99.
I think he likes me. Ow! Cover your nose, you're terrifying it.
It's Greg getting circumcised.
That's it.
We're having fun.
No, we're not having
Woolworths,
fun.
let's have some fun.
You can be more exotic, more shapely,
more mature. In fact, you can be outstanding in every way. B&Q lets you do more than ever for less than you thought possible. Exclusive outstanding plants range from B&Q.
Have you been injured, had an accident at work, or on the road, or in a public place? Unsure if you have a claim for compensation? Concerned about hidden charges? Now, there is no need to worry. The Personal Injury Helpline will handle your claim with no charges and nothing taken from the money you're awarded. So, for a risk-free quality service, call us free now on 0800 085 1715. If you don't make the call, you'll never know.
Tarquin's on his way.
How did you persuade me to do this?
You'll love Tarquin. He's big. In digestive health. To Tarquin, friendly bacteria's for life. Tarquin.
Fancy life of friendly bacteria.
See if you can tell the difference between a call with BT
It's over.
and the same call with Tele2.
I said it's over.
The only difference is the price. BT 5.5p for a call of up to an hour during evenings and weekends. Tele2 only 4p. Call 0800 027 8080. Tele2, why pay more?
When you see the skills babies practice at night, you see why Pampers helps keep sleep undisturbed. Only Baby Dry has a double layer that helps to keep wetness away for up to 12 hours to help protect sleep and make tomorrow even brighter. New Pampers Baby Dry helps protect sleep for up to 12 hours.
Fact. Your child's high chair collects 68 times more bacteria than your floor. Dettol antibacterial surface cleanser kills 99.9% of bacteria. Dettol protects. Fact.
Things happen, and if you're not married, your partner could lose the kids.
You should get married. Don't need to marry him.
Mary?
William, just go away.
No, Mary, I've got to show you something.
No, no.
I was looking for the ring that you gave me, the wedding ring.
The last in the series, William and Mary, Sunday at 9.
Welcome back to Loose Women. Coming up later on, ex-EastEnder Chris Parker on leaving acting behind and his plans. Yes, he is a lovely boy, isn't he?
Yes.
Lots of emails about Abby Titmuss and other things, but girls, I'm afraid you're going to have to get ready for this. George in Halifax. Abby Titmuss? Yes, please. I think you'll find that most of the people who are against Abby are women who are totally jealous. She's a girl next door who's made it big. Get over it, girls. She's sexy and funny, and us blokes love her.
Oh, you're sad, that's why.
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Right, James in Rotherham. I think I can speak for most of the country when I say I can't believe that we can call reality TV stars celebrities. The only person I think has done well is Jade Goody.
I quite agree.
She has made a packet and I say good on it. Why? She's made a packet because she's thick.
Oh, no, that's not fair.
She's all right. I absolutely loved Jade in the Big Brother house.
Yeah.
I thought she was cute because she admitted herself she was stupid. But I think it's ridiculous that she's become a millionaire for having absolutely no education. What is that saying to my kids who I'm trying to get them to stay on at school and get GCSEs?
Well,
why should I? Jade Goody lived in a house for 12
You just
weeks
said
as a
to
millionaire.
your kids that if somebody offered you money to pose naked, then you would do it.
That's business-minded. Double standards, Colleen Nolan. You know, but they'd have to be intelligent today.
All right, okay. Now, there's an email that we're not allowed any more emails, but just very quickly, that one, because...
Quickly, James from Falkirk about Billie Eilish. My 4-year-old son has expressed an interest in doing dance classes, and my wife was horrified. She seemed to think that as soon as the boy sets foot into a dance studio, he'll turn gay. Oh. What she forgets is that we met on the dance floor of our local club, and the only reason she fancied me was because I was going to say light on my feet, because I was a good dancer. My kid will be set up for life.
No, but just what I wanted to say about that, and it's about, I'm really concerned about all this thing about turning gay as if that is going to be a bad thing. We really should not be talking about this in
Very
this day
old-fashioned
and age.
attitude, isn't it?
I really want to distance myself from that. And
Yes,
there you go,
I
I've done
do
it.
too.
And slappers like you who'd pose for nothing. Right.
No, I said 30 grand.
Well, that's okay. Now, what were we going to talk about? Yes, we've got Marcus Berkman coming on. He's written this book called Fatherhood, which is, he said, it's a bluffer's guide for blokes, obviously, to sort of pregnancy and childbirth, etc., etc. But one of the things that he mentions in there, and he kind of approaches it front up, that men can get jealous of, you know, the baby coming along because they feel that they're pushed out a little bit and that the woman puts the child first. So, Jenny, did you put Connie first before Toby?
I think the first 3 months, I think you push everybody out. In fact, you want to push yourself out the window. It's such a shock. But the first 3 months, you just get on with just feeding, rearing, and sorting your head out and thinking, no, I'm not going to kill myself. This isn't the worst thing that's ever happened to me. It'll all be all right soon. So nobody gets a look in. But then after that, I think, you know, really, first there were 2 and then there were 3 and everything was pretty evenly balanced.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, well, I was going to say I'm jealous, but it certainly affected us a lot more than that. I mean, I am guilty, I think, of definitely pushing Ian out. I mean, I know did it, and well, she's nearly 3 and I suspect I'm still doing it, to be honest. I mean, yeah, my focus did completely change, much, much more than I thought it would.
Did it happen? Were you conscious of it as it happened, though, or is it like now you look back and think, gosh, you know what, I've ignored him for 3 years?
There's words really ringing me. There's a friend of mine who doesn't have kids, and she always said to me, I will not have children because I know if I did, I would become obsessed with the child and I'd neglect my relationship. And I can really think of sitting listening to her saying this thing, what rubbish, what rubbish. And you know what, she was right.
That's quite interesting, you know, because Tony says to me, he says, sometimes we talk about kids, he says, you know, you wonder if things will change. And I've already thought ahead to that, you know, if we do luckily have a baby, I would get a nanny in and make sure that 1 night a week or 2 nights a week, you know, we go out for dinner or make sure we try and get... My mum and dad used to go on holiday every year for a week and leave us kids with my grandma or something. And I think it's good for the relationship.
But I think that's the thing, though. I think once the baby comes along, all of a sudden you have to really think about your relationship. You have to set the time aside to be as a couple. Whereas before it just happened naturally. You did everything on impulse and that all goes out the window when a baby
It's a nice
along.
idea, and we keep saying that we must go out for dinner, we must, you know, make time, and obviously, you know, weeks go by and you never get around to it. But even if you do that and sort of this sort of make time for the relationship, you can't take account of your head. If your head is elsewhere, then that is the most dangerous thing. So, I mean, if your emotions have kind of turned slightly away from your partner and more towards your child, even if you are out for dinner, I mean, if your head's in another place, that doesn't necessarily, you know, you don't go into this, it's just us two bubble.
No.
Or do you? I don't know.
You've got to get a grip a bit, really, haven't you?
Well, maybe I do have to get a grip, to be honest.
I feel sorry for Ian. I actually, for the first time in my life, agree with Kay. No, it's
beautiful.
But I kind of feel like you. I think it's just much more of an effort now, the relationship. But it's the other way round with me. I actually, you know, like men always say, oh, I got jealous of my wife with the baby. I actually got jealous of Kira and Ray's relationship because he's so besotted with her, which I absolutely love. But he tells her constantly all day how much he loves her, and he hugs her, and he'll say to me, God, I would die if anything ever happened to her. And I would like to have a week's holiday once a year, just me and Ray for 1 week, but he will have none of it because he won't leave her for a week.
But if it was a boy, would you have that jealousy thing? Is it because Kira's obviously a girl and it's another female?
Well, I think it's because with Ray, he finds saying I love you quite, well, probably because he's saying it to me, quite traumatic. No, but do you know what I mean? He's quite shy, so he doesn't find it easy to say. But with Kira, he'll say it 1,000,000 times a day.
Can I ask you a question?
And I sometimes think, get out.
Colleen, does he know any of this, or is he hearing it for the first time?
He's probably hearing it for the first time, knowing me.
You know, I can really relate to Ray, actually, because I do that with Charlie. I'm incredibly affectionate with Charlie, and I love you all the time, and I probably don't do that with Ian. And sometimes I think, oh God, poor devil. You know, here I am giving all this affection to Charlie.
That's all going to change now, though, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, because I'm going to live with Ian.
Oh, and Ray and me and Kira and Charlie will get on fine. Oh, it's a great programme. There's such a life there. Now, did you know this? If a man is going to leave his wife, it is more likely to be in the first 3 months of becoming a father than any other time. I can't think why. All those dirty, nappy, sleepless nights and endless screaming doesn't appeal. But fatherhood can be fun, apparently, and our next guest has written a survival guide for all those worried dads out there. So I think we need him. Let's meet him, Marcus Berkman. Now, I've got the book here, Fatherhood, the Truth.
Yes.
But before we talk about the book,
Yeah.
you're a father of 2.
Yes.
Did you feel pushed out, or...?
Well, not really, but I'm not a very jealous kind of person. I mean, I know lots of people who have felt like that. I mean, for the book, I did lots of interviews with men, and not being the sort of jealous type myself, I was surprised at how many men felt it very, very strongly. And I mean, on very, very sort of simple levels, you know, suddenly you've got this baby which suddenly seems to have all that breast access that you used to have, and you no longer do, and that's sort of a little tiresome. But basically, no, I think it's, as you said, it's the first 3 months. After that, your relationship moves on anyway.
Yeah.
But those first 3 months are when the jealousy strikes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe jealousy is a bit harsh, because no one would like to think they're jealous of this tiny little baby. Maybe it's more sort of resentment that you've been pushed down a little bit. You know, so you're not jealous actively of the child, you just wish you were getting a bit more attention.
Oh, I think some men are very jealous of the child.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they regard this is a little interloper that's come into their lives. And a lot of men are surprised to feel as strongly as they do about this. They don't expect it, because they don't really know what to expect a lot of the time, because I think we all go with our eyes shut, wondering what's going to happen. We have no idea. We have
Especially in the birthing room, we're like, oh.
Well, you say a true word. I agree. I mean, I think we don't know what's going to happen. We have very few preconceptions, and we soon find out that virtually all of them are completely wrong.
So why did you write this book, Marcus?
Because when I found out I was going to be a dad, I went off to a bookshop and looked for the book that was going to tell me the truth, you know, the real stuff. And I couldn't find it, and you know,
You don't talk about it in the pub with your mates, really, do you? It's
well,
not
you just
a subject
don't.
that come up.
No, well, that's absolutely right. You don't. As I said, I did interviews with people, and a lot of these people were my very close friends. As soon as you stick a microphone in front of them, they start telling you these things that you've never heard before.
And they're quite open and honest.
They're extremely open and honest, and they had great stories to tell, and I had no idea.
So this was before your wife had given birth?
This was well after.
Oh, well after.
Oh, well
after.
Yeah.
We had 2 children by this time when I started to write this. Well, because it took that long to get out, you know, about 2 or 3 years, you just walk around in a total fog, you know.
But it was such a good read, because when I was reading it, you kind of never think, you know, I was reading it going, God, I never knew men actually felt that way about it. And, you know, and then I couldn't get it off Ray, actually. He said, oh, I'll have a read. And that was it. He just wouldn't give it back to me. And all he did was, all I could hear was him laughing and going, that is so true, you know. It's stuff that hasn't been spoken, and I don't know. I found it very interesting to do.
What about the whole childbirth experience, as Jenny was saying? I mean, I think my favourite bit in the book was a comment from one of your contributors who said that he found childbirth, you know, watching his partner in labour, very distressing, because he said, I mean, here you are watching somebody who you ostensibly like. Yes. In pain. It's like, oh, here's a man with emotions.
He's quite an extreme character. And I put him in partly to have someone who was a very extreme character, because some of the men who will read this will feel like that. And I think, you know, some men do feel completely shut off from the experience. It's not my reaction, but you've got to accept that there are people like that.
Is that the most exclusive bit, the actual childbirth? Because the guy is a spare part of that, really. Or are they? I don't know, are they?
Well, something to shout at and scream out.
Someone to blame.
I love I love the advice given by someone. I can't remember exactly who, but at a antenatal class, which was to the effect that the man was saying, well, you know, when we get in there, what am I actually supposed to do? And the antenatal class teacher said, do what she tells you and do it fast.
And duck a lot.
And that seems to me very fair advice. I think that. Yes, I mean, we go in there and we don't know what to do. I went to so many antenatal classes.
Did you?
I went
to. Is that because you were under pressure to go, or because you wanted to go, but you felt?
I think we just did. We were both so confused by it. And
was this on both children or just the first?
Just the first one. Because after you've done one, then you sort of think, oh, well, yes.
Shell and peas.
Yeah, well, exactly. And you just feel you know it all. Of course, then you find out you don't, because you find out after the first child that actually the second child is always completely different in every possible way, and you're actually learning everything from you.
So did you find your relationship changed?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, now,
as a couple,
now what happens is that you have these 2 beautiful and wonderful children you adore. We have, you know, 2 fantastic children, and you are the 2 people who love these children more than anybody else in the world, and you have that to share. And whatever else happens in your life, you will always have that. So your relationship can only ever deepen and change, because you have that in which, and you never had that before. Whatever you said, whatever's happened beforehand.
Yeah, that's a
just
wonderful
different.
point, actually, because a lot of people discuss a change in relationship in terms of, was it the same when you first met in that kind of teenage, dewy-eyed kind of state? Well, it's not like that, but it's something else, and it can be something that's a lot better.
Yes,
Go on, have a baby. Come
Yeah.
on, go to the club. Right,
Well-
taxi.
Well, for safety's sake, we better get Marcus off the set. But Marcus Bertman, Fatherhood. Marcus, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Okay, time for another little break, but in just a few moments, XE sender Chris Parker will be telling us a secret that he's not even told his mummy. Stay tuned. See you in 3.
Ding.
The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the police, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
It's here. Lipstick color fused with fresh glass shine. New Water Shine Fusion from Maybelline, New York. All in one. Luscious lipstick and fresh glass shine. Rich, glossy color. Never heavy or dry. Enter the age of color fusion. New Water Shine Fusion from Maybelline, New York. Maybe it's Maybelline. Time for my spring makeover. Just color away the years.
With L'Oreal's Triple Protection Excellence Cream. Only Excellence has a pre-color serum that cares for and protects your hair. And a cream so rich, it doesn't drip.
Absolutely beautiful color. And not a single gray. Want to color away the years? Now you can. Triple Protection Excellence Cream from L'Oreal Paris.
To keep that color you love truer for longer, the worldwide #1 for hair color recommends L'Oreal Elvive Color Protect. Why use anything else?
With just one application, Wartner freezes the core of warts and verrucas. Wartner, fast and effective treatment.
Let's take it nice and easy. It's gonna be so easy for us to fall in love. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it every time.
Because the world isn't perfect, you need new Cif Active Gel with baking soda. It removes food, grime and even engine oil. It's the perfect cleaner for an imperfect world.
So she gets out, dripping wet, no towel, then uses our baby oil. But it's a new one on me. It's the Wet Skin Way to lock in up to 10 times more moisture for skin so soft. Ooh, it rivals a baby's. Johnson's Baby Oil. I think we've got competition.
Ding.
The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the police, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
Ladies and gentlemen, you join us here today as Jay Thunder Jones gets ready to leap the gorge of certain death. A 300-yard gap that has claimed the lives of everyone crazy enough to attempt to conquer it.
I can't do the jump.
I left the iron on!
Come to your senses with airwaves.
The all-star comedy is back. The Geordies from Space. The very bored vicar.
Whatever.
The world's worst real estate agent.
Find out.
And the crock botherer.
A textbook!
Monkey Trousers, tonight at 10, ITV1.
Welcome back to Loose Women, where we're talking you into the weekend. But we're going to talk straight into our next guest, who made it big as EastEnders Spencer Moon. But he now plans to leave acting behind and turn his talents to TV presenting. We should do that, actually. Yeah. And he's promised to tell us a secret. He thinks he can trust us. The Fool. Let's get him on. Please welcome Chris Parker.
How are you?
These ladies in the audience have been sitting through this show just waiting for you to come on, you know. Yes. Now, what is this wee secret then?
Look at them. I said you can't tell that. You can't say this, and you've made me say it now.
Oh, sorry about that.
I'm going to get in so much trouble. My mum's going to go mad.
Well, what is it? We won't tell her, go on.
No, you don't even know.
No.
Don't you?
No. We just
Okay.
know it's a secret.
Okay, well, I'm trying to think of something really quickly that it can't be, but I'm going to have to say the real thing. I'm going to get a tattoo.
No, don't do it. No, Chris, don't.
Yeah.
Where are you going to get it?
I haven't quite made my mind up yet. Maybe my wrist or my back or...
Okay, now, what do you want to get?
I'm thinking of a panther.
No, the ladies in the audience don't
The only
think
women
so.
are saying no.
Well, so why is your mum going to go so crazy?
She hates anything like that. She
Oh
hates
yeah, if I was
tattoos.
your mum, I'd take you out and I'd give you a good spank.
Any excuse, Jenny?
In fact, Chris, even if she's not your mum, she might take you out and give you a good spank.
Do you know what? I think you should get it on your bottom.
Really?
Yeah.
I only want a small one. I don't want a big one. I don't want
Yeah,
anything
well, get it on
really
your
obvious.
bottom.
And then it's out the way, isn't it? Tattoo, right? Because whenever you have it, you cover them up, and then you go, oh no, it doesn't really show. It's okay. It's going to be really small. No one will see it. I think, why do you have a tattoo then?
My friend Sam, I went with my friend Sam to get one, and it looks so cool. He's got a really big one here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but the problem is it looks cool now at your age and his age, but when he's like 18, it's
You've
all
no idea how
shriveled
old
and
that makes you
wrinkled.
sound.
Shane's got one, hasn't he?
Shane's got one.
Colin on his bum.
No, it's Co, actually.
Is it?
He started with, it was going to be Colleen, and when they got to the O, he couldn't stand any more pain. So it just says Co.
Oh, great.
But the thought was there. Bless him.
Spencer, what do you think of all this Billy Elliot stuff and boys doing badly? Because, of course, Strictly Come Dancing was, well, everyone fell in love with you on that. If they hadn't been
Everyone just wanted
you
to
didn't.
see me make a fool of myself, I
That
think.
Paso Doble was one of the best things
I didn't know
I've ever
why
seen
people were
on
laughing.
television.
I had no
Do you know
idea.
what's funny about it? Because I was in the show with you. The funny thing about it was the determination in your eyes. I know. And the concept. And it reminded me of Del Boy. Remember when Del Boy had the Superman outfit on? No, it was Rodney, wasn't it? Rodney.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be Del Boy or Rodney. I was just supposed to be really serious. Hannah had said, be really serious, go out, serious face, get into character, which I did. And everyone laughed, and I didn't think it was at me. I thought someone had fallen over behind me. You know, I didn't know it was me.
But we all loved you for it.
Oh, like watching me make a fool of myself, I think.
No, we loved you for it. It was like, you know, when you want your son goes to do something, you want him to do really well, and you tried so hard. I mean, you were the one, you know, contestant that every week you could see it in the film clips. You really wanted to do it well, and you didn't. But I loved you for that. You got second place, didn't you? For that alone.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he was second, for goodness sake.
Yeah, he wasn't good. He beat me, Colleen.
So what, from the sort of come dancing thing, I mean, also there's all these reality shows and stuff. Are you not tempted sort of
not,
at the moment
no.
just to sort of, you know,
I'm
make
really
a quick
not.
killing and
No,
do your thing?
exactly. It would be a quick killing, and I think in 10 years' time I wouldn't work, you know.
Right.
I've been offered lots of reality shows.
Tempting though, I'm sure though, for you.
It's not. I don't find it tempting. I mean, I could be a millionaire now if I'd taken them all. And
Really? Do you,
yeah.
I mean, do you get offered all the ones that kind of come along?
Yeah, loads of them they've offered, and it just doesn't interest me because, you know, I've been in the business since I was 9 and I've been acting, and that's what I enjoy, and if anything took that away from me, I'd be gutted, you know.
So why do you want to move away from acting into
It's
presenting?
not a strict that I want to move away from acting and put it all behind me. It's just that I've been presenting since I left EastEnders and I've really enjoyed it.
For MTV, isn't it?
I did MTV and I did CBBC more recently, and it's been great fun, and it's just so different to be yourself, you know. And I really enjoy it. And if someone said to me, you know, there's this role for you and I really like the role, I'd do it, definitely. I wouldn't even think about it because it's, you know, a passion that's never going to go away. But I do love presenting. I find it...
You'd like to do theatre, wouldn't you? You'd like to be in Blood Brothers.
Yes, I'm having singing lessons, yeah.
Yeah, because my sister's in
I went
that,
for lunch
isn't
with her
she?
yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
She never told me that, the cow. She never invited me. I was here
You stood us up,
yesterday.
haven't I? Let's go for a drink.
I would never stand you up,
You did.
Christopher.
She was away getting a tattoo.
going off track,
Yeah, she was. So your ambitions would be to go into musical theatre, or that you just want to do as many things as you can?
Yeah, I'd like to do theatre. I haven't done any since '98, so I'd like to go back into that and do a little bit. But alongside something else, you know, I'd like to do that in the evenings and then something else during the day.
I'll tell you what, don't. If you do theatre, do the theatre on its own.
Really?
I made the mistake when I was in Chicago of doing stuff during the day, and you end up absolutely knackered. You know, you focus on one job at a time.
Could you not go back into EastEnders though? Because you're not gone, are you?
I could go back, but Shane's leaving in September.
Right.
So I don't really want to just go back for a couple of months. If I was going to go back, I'd want to be, you know, I want to get a really good storyline and stay.
Wouldn't that suit you though, just a few months in and out?
I have no plans to go back really, because I've just been having so much fun since I left. I really enjoyed it. I loved being on that show. And I made so many great friends that would be with me for life. But
especially if you get a tattoo that says "I heart curry," then you've had it.
Well, listen, we're going to have to go, but just quickly, do you think you should get the tattoo?
No! No!
Spencer, they agree. They agree with Chris. Spencer, Chris Parker. That's it, I'm afraid. Time for the weekend to begin, but join us again next week when we have an A-list lineup to join the A-team, including Diva the Dales Louise, that's actress Emily Simons, Deborah Stevenson and Jenny McAlpine, and Philip Schofield. Have a great weekend. See you soon.
The girls at their say tonight it's your turn. Jane wants to leave as she's upset Abby stole Lee, the man she likes, but Abby and Callum seem to be getting quite friendly, while Paul has got over Isabella by fancying Rebecca. It's getting good. You vote tonight at 9.
For the girls in G-Wing,
You don't get to make the conditions here.
life is a constant battle, but they're learning to do whatever it takes
Time for your induction.
to survive.
I don't want to cause any more trouble.
I've always thought you were a nice girl, Aaron.
These girls mean business.
Thank you, sir.
You have no idea the damage I could do to you.
She hit me! Did you see that? She hit me!
Bad Girls, Tuesday at 9, ITV1.
Who will you call for the test?
My girlfriend.
See if you can tell the difference between a call with BT
It's over.
and the same call with Tele2.
I said it's over.
See? Exactly the same. The only difference is the price. BT 5.5p for a call of up to an hour during evenings and weekends. Tele2 only 4p. Call 0800 027 8080. Tele2, why pay more?
When you're smiling, when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Hey, smile! It's half price until Sunday at DFS.
The sun comes shining through.
Smile! There's 4 years free credit and everything's free for a year.
Stop your sighing. Be happy again when you're smiling.
Smile! Half price on the Designer's Choice collection. Ends Sunday, 5 p.m. at DFS.
Ding. The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the police, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888. They're bra flashing, beer swilling, foul-mouthed Eliza Doolittles. And they can out-belch and out-drink any lad.
I'm the one who gets the most drunk.
But what happens when you teach them how to walk?
Heads up, shoulders back.
Talk.
Hey.
And behave like what a lady does.
The curriculum has been based on finishing school.
The biggest social experiment since the reign in Spain, La Dette Lady, coming soon to ITV1.
After a fight with Shelley in the Rovers earlier this week, she's about to take on Paul O'Grady. Corey Sunita, actress Shobna Galati is here at 5. Now, mums everywhere, relax.
Feeling wrung out? Frayed at the edges? Hemmed in by life? Soften up your day with comfort. Sponsors of Mums on Strike.
Get in there! Get in there, boy! All the way!
So where are the children? He's trying to keep it calm, but I know I could see it in his eyes.
What happens when two hard-working mums down tools and go on strike for 3 days, leaving their homes and children in the hands of their husbands? Which dad will cope best with the challenges the mums have set? Rugby-mad Richard, who'd rather be in the clubhouse than the kitchen? Or professional chef Ian, who's happier cooking than cleaning? Parenting advisor Anna Rayburn will be watching to see if they make light work of the challenges ahead.
Dads often say, how hard can it be to stay at home and take care of the house and the children? Well, they're about to find out.
First, let's meet the Swallows. There's mum of 5, Kate, who never gets a moment to herself. 14-year-old Megan, who leads the pack. 12-year-old chatterbox Poppy. Sporty Freddie, who's 10. 6-year-old Verity. Little Anders, just 3. And then the civil engineer Richard, who lives for his rugby.
He has not changed at all. He still does the rugby club, the rugby club and the rugby club.
On a normal weekend, I just concentrate really on Freddie on Sundays because he plays rugby, and Poppy a wee bit with Poppy because she does a little bit of rugby.
He doesn't realise the weekend's actually much harder for me because there's 5 children at home and him, so I've got 6 children at home.
I would say she would describe me as having a go, but probably not meeting her expectations in standards.
He just does his own thing at the rugby club, which is good because I could be married to a train spotter. I mean, God.
So before Mum packs her bags, let's find out just how much Richard thinks he knows about family life.
What do I want for my birthday?
Widescreen TV.
What's the name of my favourite Barbie?
Pass.
Who's my best friend?
Depends which day of the week it is, isn't it?
Who was our lightest baby?
Freddie.
Wrong.
Oh dear, Richard, just 1 out of 4. No wonder Mum's going on strike.
Dear Richard, I'm totally fed up with you and the rugby club. I'm off. I'm on strike. I'll return when you've learnt your lesson. No rugby club. Just look after the kids. It's about time you took on your responsibilities. Grow up. Find overleaf your duties. See you soon. Love, Kate.
Washing, yes, 1 load in already. Hoover, wash floors twice a day. Well, I've never seen that done before.
Clean the bathrooms, clean the kitchen, clean up the dog poo and empty the cat litter.
No, well, up until we can cope with that, and it'll be delegated.
Kate settles into her new life of bliss. 3 days at a luxury spa. And what the dads don't know is the mums will be watching their every move. It's Saturday morning and Richard hits the ground running.
Come on, breakfast.
Getting 5 kids up and fed.
Cool, you are sweaty, aren't you? I think it's a bit more than sweat, I think.
Even the cat's tucking in. He's cracking on with those chores.
I guess a good boy later. I'm sure we'll... right, next one. Right. Walk dogs, that's as necessary. Twice a day, not necessary every day. Wash the floors, that can be done, I reckon, once a day. Because you can close the rooms off, don't necessarily have to have all the rooms washed.
He's even clearing up after the dog.
Just look that way for a bit, that's right, fine.
So what does our parenting expert Anna Rayburn make of Richard's busy morning?
Richard's wife, Kate, has been very specific about what needs to be done. But he's planning to do it his way. Be interesting to see how that pans out.
Now let's meet our second family, the Samuels. Mum and part-time student Vitalina. 3.5-year-old Hazel. Little Traven, just 16 weeks. And professional chef Ian, who's got no appetite for housework.
So he says to me, you're so lucky you can stay at home and just take care of the kids and watch TV. And I was like, okay, that's what I do all day.
Basically, she'll cook, she'll clean, she'll do the washing, watch the kids. She does everything more or less.
When you're a mother and you've got all these things, it's constantly going. So my work is definitely harder.
So I was coming, sit down, moan a bit, have something to eat, and go to bed. That's my day.
I want him to have a hard time. But he knows.
So before Mum packs her bags, it's time to test Ian on family life.
What cycle does the whitewash go on?
Number 4.
1 or 2. Or 4 is a regular wash. When does Hazel go to nursery?
Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays.
What do I clean the bath with?
And bleach and a sponge.
Even though you know that you still don't use it, ever. What time do the kids go to bed?
Hazel's between 7, 7:30 and Trayvon's about 7:30 to 8 o'clock. Trayvon.
Impressive, 3 out of 4. But I'm afraid Mum's still going on strike.
Dear Ian, I've had enough of you coming home from work, feeling sorry for yourself and how tired you are. Well, I'm out of here. He's pushing a pram and I'm in the limo. You watching this, Ian? And by the way, while I'm gone, I want you to do Hazel's hair, wash the clothes. I want the whole flat clean to my standards. Oh, wow.
This is the setup, isn't it?
No, Ian, this is for real. And your first task of the day, get the kids out of bed and fed.
I got shopping.
Ian's got just half an hour to get to the shops. On foot.
Was meant to be there for about 9 o'clock. I'm running a bit late, about 40 minutes late. If it's nice enough to let Mum and go to the park, yeah? You can have a little run around.
The journey's only taken him 20 minutes, but now the chef has to choose some fresh produce for tonight's dinner.
Alright, so about 4 potatoes and naan, please. Hazel, come here, please. That's it. I'll take 1 bunch of spring onions as well, please.
£5.70 now.
Okay.
That's an awful lot of shopping, Ian.
The mobile shopping trolley. It's too many bags. You know, I got about 8 bags there. It's hard work. It's more work than what I imagined, to be honest. A lot hard. But I'm sure I can get by. All I got to do now is go to the butcher's and that's it, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Ian's never done the children's morning routine before, but he coped quite well. He took longer than his wife would have done, but that's not surprising for a beginner.
Coming up, shopping with Poppy gets Richard hot under the collar.
18 miles impossible. You can earn your own when it's your own money, but no.
And will childcare put Ian in a spin?
Soften things up with comfort. Sponsors of Mums on Strike.
Ding.
The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the police, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
Fact. Your child's high chair collects 68 times more bacteria than your floor. Dettol antibacterial surface cleanser kills 99.9% of bacteria. Dettol protects. Fact.
With just one application, Wartner freezes the core of warts and verrucas. Wartner, fast and effective treatment.
Hey, Dad, give me back the phone.
No, you've been on ages.
But Dad...
Trust the post office to offer a new, simple home phone service. It's easy to switch and you don't have to change your number.
Oh, no.
But Dad, our calls are cheap now. Mum's changed our phone service to the post office.
Oh, God. Who are you?
Find out how much you could save. Just pop into any branch or give us a call.
Vimto.
Slurple the purple.
This new season's asparagus from Sainsbury's is so good, I'm going to cook it simply. Now, you could boil it, or you could steam it, I'm just going to griddle it, but it has to be really fresh. The British asparagus season's pretty short, so make the most of it. And Sainsbury's get them into store really quickly, so you don't lose any of that fantastic flavour. Easy.
Here I am, look at me, we can fly together. Here I am, look at me, we can fly together. Here I am, look at me, it is now or never. Fly, fly, dragon.
Get Nessie the Dragon and join the Jumpster Clubs for more fun. Just text N1 for the animated screensaver, N2 for the real sounds, or N3 for the video ringtones to 88888 now.
Baby's eyes are beautiful in every colour, except red. Keep them beautiful with new mildest ever Johnson's Baby Bath. It's as mild on the eyes as pure water. It's our mildest ever baby bath. No more tears from Johnson's Baby.
You're a key witness in a murder inquiry.
You been drinking?
Strangely, no.
Saying the Penland Strangler is back in business?
No.
It is satisfying when at last one knows everything.
Investigate crime. Weeknights on ITV3.
Soften things up with comfort. Sponsors of Mums on Strike.
Hard-working mums Kate and Vitalina are on strike. They've left their husbands to juggle the kids and the chores, while they relax at a luxury spa for 3 blissful days. What the dads don't know is the mums are watching their every move. It's lunchtime on day 1, and rugby man Richard is going clothes shopping with his daughters.
They're nice, aren't they? Come on, Poppy, you start looking. I'm here under duress. I've got very basic taste, really. Jeans and a t-shirt will be fine.
But 12-year-old Poppy has other ideas.
Dad, Mum said that I can have that skirt.
Did she?
Yes.
Oh, right. Can you put that back? Okay, oh, right, okay.
He looks so uncomfortable, doesn't he?
You like it?
It's not bad.
I told you.
Hey?
I told you.
Right, so you want that, that's what you want. Is it enough room there?
I've got enough room.
Okay. Take that one. Bye.
So it's on to shop number 2, and Poppy's got her eye on some boots.
Dad, do you like these shoes?
They don't suit... No, Poppy.
Should I try them on?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
You're not,
Yeah, look, Dad, I'll show you one.
Yeah, all right. No, I don't know. I'm not looking for anything at all. Just looking to get home. Not at 12, no. No, thank you. 18 lounging possible. You could, you're in your own, when it's your own money, but no.
With that ordeal over, it's time to head home and, as per the wife's instructions, take the dogs for a walk. But will she be happy with the destination?
Yeah, typical. He walks and walks straight to the rugby club. Doesn't take them in the woods for a walk.
Richard was under strict orders, no rugby. But now look at him. He's even found time for a pint.
Right. So where are the children?
The children are in the woods, Kate, fending for themselves.
Where's his boots? Have you got any shoes on? The boots?
It's all right, Richard's turned up with wellies in one hand and his pint in the other.
You shouldn't have come out here without boots on, should you?
You should have been looking after him.
Right, you ready, Master? Yes. Ooh. There, where's he gone? Thank you, Megan. Don't you spit any.
I drank some.
I bet you did. Yes, I can see where your mouth was. Look at this, where your mouth was. Go on, Verity, you come with me as well.
Doing a good job, aren't you, Richard, looking after him?
Dinner time for the Swallow family, and it's Dad's homemade spag bol.
This is a proper swallow eating. A little fledgling. Ready?
That's not big enough.
Yay!
After tea, it's time for bed.
Grandfather trousers. You just look at these grandfather trousers. Night-night, Daddy. Night-night.
So how does Richard rate his progress so far?
Dogs walking twice. Correct. Cats litter changed. Correct. Limited cleaning of flooring. And that is about it on her list, I believe. Domestically, I probably haven't hit Kate's high standards, but the house is still livable. 12 hours without Kate. Marvellous.
But what will our expert Anna Rayburn make of Richard's first day?
Richard's very pleased with himself at the end of day one. But out shopping, he fell for the oldest trick in the book. His 12-year-old daughter said, "Mum said I could have it," and he bought the skirt.
You've got to really play on the notes, I think.
Parents need to agree a party line on what is acceptable and what isn't.
After his hard morning shopping, our second dad Ian grabs the chance to take a spin in the park.
I'm too big for this and too old as well, yeah? Look at that old man. We've got to try and do it more often now, actually, especially the weather's nice. Makes sense. Yeah, it's good fun, but it's tiring though. I can't believe how tiring it is. I can't do this every single day, all day. No way.
And it looks like 3-year-old Hazel has found a new friend.
Call him Milky. He's busy, yeah? So I'll see you tomorrow, Milk.
I'll see you tomorrow.
It's milkshake here. Come on.
Time to head home and get on with some chores. Ian's feeling pretty confident.
Who knows, I might even do it better. Vic can stay where she is. I'm joking, Vic, I don't want you to leave me alone. I'm going to do the washing now as well. You know the quiz question, I got it wrong? I'm going to do a wash today and see if I can get it right.
He uses a washing machine once in a blue moon, but I wonder what number he's going to put this on now. No, he's got it on the wrong wash. He's put it on a 4, and it should be on a 1.
Splendid.
So with the washing sorted, professional chef Ian turns to what he knows best.
No rest for the wicked, eh?
He's cooking up a feast for little Hazel.
There you go, mate. Wow, look. How's that?
Presentation's perfect, but Hazel's not so sure.
That good, yeah? Speechless. Very good. This is going to be hot for him right now.
At least Traven's easy to please. Ian's final task of the day, take out Hazel's braids, something he's never attempted before.
Well, it's long, might be it's so long, to be honest. Do what your mum does, you put some moisturiser. How's that for style? So look. I'll see you in the morning, okay? Good night, baby.
So that's 1 down, 1 to go.
Toughest part. I'm trying to get your jobs done, cooking, cleaning, and at the same time making sure the kids are okay. Eyes everywhere, hands like an octopus. It's a lot of work. You know? Especially Trayvon's so young, needs a lot of attention.
Trayvon's being quite good for him. I've not heard him cry much.
Just a challenge, which I won't mind doing again, actually. Of course, it brings you closer to your kids. But it's good. Look, he's okay now. Look, he's not crying. Change his nappy, give him a bottle, give him a wash in a bit. get him in bed, and then have some food, have some wine, get ready for the next day. Let's go get your sister. Look, I think he agrees with me. Yeah. See if you see you smiling. What? Maybe not. Yeah, there we go. That's it. Happy chappy. Okay.
Ian's trying really hard, and being a chef, he's cooked a gorgeous meal. But it's a meal more suited to a grown-up. Do cook lovely fresh food for children, but keep it simple and don't be overly ambitious.
Day 2 for father of 5 Richard, who's gearing up for a big day out. If only he could get the girls out of bed.
Poppy! Come on.
10-year-old Freddie's competing in a rugby tournament, and he's raring to go.
Freddie's dressed already. Well, Anna's is dressed ready, so the boy is as usual efficient.
There's just time to gobble down breakfast before hitting the road and squeezing in a quick pep talk before kick-off.
Get pleasure in running with the ball and knocking them over. That's what you can be good at, right? Yes, what, Tom?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Cheer up, kids. There's a whole day of rugby to enjoy.
Oh, that's it. Good boy. Well done, Freddie Swallow. Go on, Harry Sloan. All the way, all the way, all the way, all the way.
He'd be a fantastic father if he paid as much attention to his children as he did rugby.
Maybe, Kate. But the little ones are already working on their escape plan.
Hold your stomach in now. Hold it in.
Luckily, 14-year-old Megan is on hand to take charge of the childcare. Again.
Oh, it didn't work. Come on, come on, come on. No, no, no. Hassle, hassle. What do you reckon your game? Better? Was it nearly probably nearly got a switch to a widescreen TV's worth, did you?
Tom, there, that's fine. 2 press ups.
Right. A switch, I said, nothing, that's all you got.
It's lunchtime, halfway through the tournament. Still plenty more matches to go.
I'm just going to take Anders and Verity to the park because they're getting bored.
Come on, get in there! Yes, he's going. Put him down! No, he's not. Stupid boy.
So Dad's enjoying himself, but it looks like Anders might have lost the will to live.
This is the quarter-final of the Under-11s Cup, and it's Cranbrook versus Thomas Wells, and the whistle's just blown.
The tournament's nearly over. No wonder the girls are getting excited.
Go on, Freddie! Go on, Freddie!
With no tries scored by either side, the match and the tournament hang on the toss of a coin. Sadly, things haven't gone Richard's way.
That's a great game, well done. Well done all of you, well done all of you, good boy. Really brilliant, well done.
But despite the loss, he's had a great day.
Good, brilliant. Yeah, brilliant. Wait, weather like this, the kids around you, what else do you need? Well, apart from probably a nice pint of cider or something like that. That's the only and of course the wife, of course, yes. No, kids enjoyed it. Do you enjoy it, Verity? Megan? Yeah. Come on, be positive.
They look thrilled, don't they?
Good. Right, let's go home. Go on then. This way. We'll go this way. Up. So?
Can't up that way.
Is it? Is what, that up there?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go this way. We'll go this way then. Right.
So Dad's pretty proud of himself. But after 9 hours of rugby, daughter Megan wades in with a few home truths.
Walk the dog.
Yeah, how many times have you done it today?
Once.
Exactly, twice. Stop.
Yeah, no. What about yesterday? Twice.
Ironing, hoovering, washing floors twice a day.
Yeah.
Cleaning bathrooms, kitchen. Mum does all of that in one day. Bed.
Cook for the children.
Yeah, anyone does.
Excuse me.
I can do that.
Oh, can you now? Do you think her cooking's good or my cooking's better?
Hers is good.
Who's better? Who's better? Go on.
Both the same.
No, go on. Put, you know, if you had to sort of choose, which would you have?
Mum's.
Would you? Fine. Okay, no
That's
problem.
better.
Thank you, Frederick.
9 hours of rugby, Richard. 9 hours. I'm sure Freddie enjoyed it very much, but you do have 4 other children.
Day 2 for our second family, and Vitalina's got a mission for Ian. Take the little ones out for the day, using public transport. To Ian's surprise, not a single person offers him a seat.
Nobody's got up and give me a seat, but it's fine. One thing I want to stress, if I was a woman, someone would have jumped up quick and give me a seat, but not today. What do you say?
But 3 stops later, they've arrived at Bethnal Green and the Museum of Childhood.
Yeah, Uncle.
The museum's a big hit, and Hazel is right at home.
Some nice hats here. We'll try some on. Yeah? I'll come again actually. Next time come with it and the kids.
After several hours of fun, it's time to head home.
What's I could do? A nice cold beer, mate. Could take a shot at me in a pub. That's a good idea actually. In the beer garden, kids running around me with a drink. It's well deserved. Stand to the side though, yeah? Yep. There you go.
Ian looked really tired on his day out. I think it was because he was carrying the baby everywhere in that car seat. Tip for dads. With a baby as young as that, use a baby sling. The baby will be perfectly happy and you'll have your hands free to play with the toddler.
Coming up, will Ian come unstuck over hairstyling?
That hurts.
Yeah.
And will our mums ever forgive their husbands?
Is he serious? Let's check the hamster's still alive.
Hello there, Mr. Nippy.
There's no way I'm going to clean this. This is so embarrassing.
Soften things up with comfort. Sponsors of Mums on Strike. Ding.
The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the police, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
Tunes, a moment of menthol clarity.
I've used larger pads for my bladder weakness, but now I've discovered Tenor Pants Discreet, I feel confident whatever I do. They feel and fit like my usual underwear, and they're so comfortable. They protect when I need something more than a light pad. Tenor Pants Discreet with odor control. Try them, you'll understand.
Sometimes a really good thing doesn't last quite as long as you want. But with a pedigreed super chew that tastes good till the end, sometimes it does.
Wait till you see how much you'll save at Savers. Palmolive liquid soap is only 79 pence. That's less than half price. Save it at Savers.
Do you have an endowment policy? Are you now discovering that it's a lot smaller than you were led to believe? Then talk to Keypoint. With our expertise, Keypoint can help you claim the compensation that you may be entitled to. We'll take care of everything for you. And, as we don't charge for unsuccessful claims, there's nothing to lose. So don't just accept a smaller endowment policy than you hoped for. Call the Keypoint helpline today on 0800 280 2000. or visit keypointclaims.com and see what a big difference Keypoint can make.
Let's take it nice and easy. It's gonna be so easy for us to fall in love. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it. Nice and easy does it every time.
In Moburn's all-in sale, this complete kitchen's just $4,960. All the units, range cooker, hood and full installation. Call 0800 413 413.
Ding.
The Crazy Frog is back in town and on the run. Get in now and join the Jamster Club for more fun. Text top 7 for the police, top 8 for the reels, or top 9 for the video ringtones to 88888.
This morning took two best friends, Sue Cleaver and Denise Welsh, away to the beautiful island of Cyprus for some quality time. They laughed, they drank, they destroyed, and luckily for us, they got on brilliantly.
Well, I never wanted to come to Cyprus with you anyway.
Now, come on, girls.
You know I love you, really.
What really happened in Cyprus, Monday on This Morning.
Soften things up with comfort. Sponsors of Mums on Strike.
3 days ago, dads Richard and Ian were left to juggle the trials of family life, while their partners, Kate and Vitalina, went on strike at a luxury spa. So after some precious time away from their families, how do our mums rate their other halves' progress?
Would you feel more confident in leaving your children now?
Definitely. This is the beginning.
I know I'm enjoying myself. I've had a facial, well, I've had my facial, I've had my back massage.
I should say I'm missing them, but I'm not, because for 15 years I've been at home with them. So
it's a lot of years. I mean,
it is.
He says he appreciates it, but he doesn't actually have the full knowledge of what I actually do.
So, final task for Ian, it's time to rebraid Hazel's hair.
That hurts?
Yeah.
That hurts?
Yeah.
Can you feel it? That hurts?
This is really weird seeing this because he's never done this. Never.
I'll be gentle. Just at least let me try and calm it free for you then, yeah? Come, stop being soft.
So you can sit there and listen to Trayvon crying. I can't.
I'm being gentle. Oh, come on, let me finish it. So let's show people how good I'm doing. Like I'm getting into this.
He's knotting it up by doing that.
You can see it slightly. Definition, look at that. That's not bad, but I'm not going to do no more.
If he leaves it like that, she'll end up with dreads.
I think we'll leave this one to your mum. You're going to do it, okay? You can show Daddy to do it. Go on. But it should have looked something like that, so obviously I need a lot of practice. After the part 2, come back and you'll see it finished all over.
So how's Ian feeling now?
It's been a beneficial experience. I mean, I think I needed this to see how slacking I was, you know. From now on, it's just spend some quality time with my kids. And now I can understand what she goes through. And, you know, offer a lot more around the house and, you know, make it 50-50 instead of like 90% to 10%.
After his ticking off from daughter Megan, Richard's decided to crack on with the rest of his tasks.
If more efficient by doing one job instead of 3 jobs, that's the way we'll do it. That's another one on the list. Sort the laundry out. Though I have picked up an iron a couple of times when I've had to put it away or bought it from the shop. So that's the second shirt done, and that was 3 minutes in total.
So that's 2 shirts down.
So really,
but what about the rest of the pile?
Ironing's okay, but I wouldn't say I would take it up as a profession. All ready for the wardrobe or work tomorrow.
It's the last day of the challenge and time for our dads to meet up.
I'm Richard.
Hi Richard. Ian.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hey. Would I consider doing it full time? Yes, of course I would. I'd be a house husband, yeah. Quite happy.
To do it full time, to be honest, for me, no. This is different. Like I work as a chef, but this is chef's a
yeah, all right.
But this is something else. You know, after 3 days, I thought I was going to collapse.
So while our dads tuck into their pub lunch, it's time for Kate to make a little inspection.
Look at this. Look, look, look. Not what you call hoovering. Beautifully ironed, I must say. Yeah, I suppose he's tried. Oh, he's been dressing up again. Told him not to do it. Very embarrassing. Let's check the hamster's still alive. You know there, Mr. Whoopi. Oh, yeah, that's good. He's still alive. Dogs haven't got any water.
Oh dear, looks like Richard might be in trouble.
Hi, Meg. Oh, you've been looking after the children all weekend, haven't you? Oh. Hi, Poppy. Hello, baby. Oh.
Better?
I'm really pleased to see you.
Jolly good.
You haven't spent much time at rugby club this weekend, have you?
No, not at all. No, you know that.
Yes. You're going to have to spend less time with that rugby club. It's no good smiling. Are you going to do that?
In the summer, yes.
You've got to spend more time with the family
Yeah.
and the children.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're obviously, you know, you're capable of doing. The house looks, you know, reasonably okay, so you can do it. So, are we going to see a change or not?
There'll be minor changes, yes.
How minor?
We'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah.
You were supposed to do what I do. It's not funny.
So what will Vitalina make of Ian's housekeeping?
Is he serious? This place is a pigsty. Is this a joke? Oh, there's no way I'm gonna clean this. This is so embarrassing. But I thought he would have done better than this. I didn't expect to come back and see it perfect because I know you take care of the kids and you can't have everything done.
Time to welcome Mum home.
I know. I'm not gonna go off on strike until tonight he's tidied up the house, made me a nice romantic meal.
You got some money, because I ain't got
a nice romantic meal, and showed me that he missed me. Okay, one.
Ready?
Oh.
I think you can see that.
So let's remind ourselves how both dads have handled the challenge. Richard reneged on his promise, swapping childcare for rugby, and rugby. While Ian had a different kind of workout and got in touch with his feminine side. So which dad has made the greatest transformation?
Richard? Well, what can I say? Thank goodness for his older daughters who really gave him a helping hand. I don't think he's going to change his ways, and I'm not entirely surprised that the reunion ended with a bit of a punch. Ian wasn't exactly brilliant on the domestic front, but he did begin to appreciate how very much his wife has to do, and he vowed to spend more time with the children. So that makes him my dad of the day.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Are you a mum thinking of going on strike? Don't despair. Sign up for easy-to-follow daily tips to help manage the kids. To receive the messages, text MUM to 63332. To unsubscribe, send STOP to 63332. Messages cost 25p each.
Pamper yourself with a spa treatment from Comfort, sponsors of Mums on Strike.
All-Star Comedy is back. With the Geordies from space.
Stop messing about!
The very bored vicar.
Whatever.
The world's worst real estate agent.
Find out.
The creepy toy shop owner.
Oh, look, they're all dead.
And the croc botherer.
Oh, textbook!
Monkey Trousers. Tonight at 10. ITV1.
Monkey trousers.
Things happen, and if you're not married, your partner could lose the kids. Get married.
You should get married. Well, you can get married. You don't need to marry him.
Mary.
William, just go away.
No, Mary, I've got to show you something.
No, no.
I was looking for the ring that you gave me. You know, the wedding ring.
The ring you threw at me?
Yeah.
The last in the series, William and Mary, Sunday at 9.
I lift a matter.
Hula hoops in a whole world of their own.
Cherry red lips? Maybe. Perhaps soft pink. Or blushing candy. But chocolate looks good. Oh, purple glamour. Perfect. Rouge lovely lipstick. A stunning collection of lip color. Bourgeois.
Relocating to France was the best move we've ever made. Everything's so convenient.
We really love the cute little winding streets.
We met the mayor yesterday. It was charming. Getting things done here is simply not a problem at all.
It's simply a better quality of life.
Yeah. Life is good. Port Salut, the smooth taste of France.
Granada weather with BMIBaby.com.
Hello again. The weekend is looking unsettled to say the least. Some heavy showers across the region on both days, but also some nice sunny spells in between the downpours. This afternoon we've seen those showers pulsing across the region. Thankfully overnight tonight they're slowly dying away. 1 or 2 breaks in the cloud before dawn. Temperatures by no means chilly, down to around 7 Celsius. Out of built-up areas it's showery from the word go for tomorrow, some of those containing hail and thunder, but also a bit of sunshine around at times. Temperatures are notched down on today's values to around 17 Celsius. Bye-bye.
Granada weather with BMIBaby.com, the airline with tiny fares.
Deep Jungle, Tuesday at 8, ITV1.
Here is the path to the dark side.
There is something else behind all this, Your Highness. We haven't much time.
Just when you thought the wait was over.
Wipe them out.
You said people were gonna die?
All of them.
ITV1 brings you the first episode in the Star Wars saga, The Phantom Menace, Saturday at 5:20.
Hello, everyone. It's 3:30. What day is it? Friday, that's right. Well done.
The time is 3:30, with fun for you and me. Your favorite shows with all your friends gives a smile right to the end. There's lots and lots to see right here on CITV. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. There's all your favorite shows right here on CITV.
Miffy run with her friends, she's having fun. Snuffy, grungy, Boris Bear, Poppy Pig is also there, and all together, what a day! Let's go out and play. A sweet little bunny, a smart little bunny, a cute little bunny.
Miffy and Melanie were playing together in Miffy's garden, throwing a colourful ball back and forth. Melanie threw the ball high into the air. And Miffy couldn't see where the ball landed. As she looked for the ball behind a tree, she discovered something else. It was an egg, a blue egg. "How lovely," said Miffy. She forgot all about her lost ball and looked with wonder at the little blue egg. "What do you think is inside it, Melanie?" she said. Just then Poppy Pig came by. "I see you have a blue egg," said Poppy. "Do you think you get blue carrots from blue eggs?" "I don't think so. Carrots don't come from eggs." Melanie said, "My granny says that blue eggs have blue socks inside of them." "I don't think so. You buy socks in a shop. Eggs come from birds. There must be a bird's nest in one of these trees." Melanie looked up and saw a bird's nest with a big red bird sitting in it. Miffy wondered, can a blue egg come from a red bird? Poppy said, "I'm pink and my mother and father are also pink." Melanie said, "I'm brown and my mother and father are brown too." Miffy said, "Maybe with eggs it's different. We know that yellow chicks come out of white or brown eggs." Poppy Pig lifted Miffy high enough so that she could put the blue egg back in the nest and under the red bird. The mother bird nestled over the blue egg and sang a happy song. Poppy found the lost ball. They all had great fun playing with the ball together. They laughed a lot. Suddenly, their laughter was joined by another sound. It was the cheeping of a baby bird. There it was, a tiny red bird in the nest. Miffy realised that a colour on the outside doesn't tell you what's inside. "I knew all the time that carrots don't come from eggs, Miffy," said Poppy Pig. "I was just making a joke about the blue carrots." "Me too," said Melanie. "Of course I know that socks don't come from eggs." "Now we know that red birds can come from blue eggs," said Miffy. "How wonderful!"
When the time is 3:30, we phone for you and me. Woohoo! TV shows with all your friends, gives a smile right to the end. Those are your favourite shows right here on ITV.
Who's here next? Her name begins with A. There's your first clue. Not got it? Don't worry. Here's another clue. Hey, nice dancing. Have you worked it out yet? Of course! Angelina's here next. Now you know.
Bob's Big Plan on DVD. Great! See the team build a whole new town.
It's going to be the best adventure ever.
Get the inside scoop with this special extended adventure. It's all new fun with new places and new friends to see.
Scram to the valley! Scram to the valley!
Bob's Big Plan. Yours to own on DVD now.
So A is for Angelina. Here now.
the three little mouselings scampered through the forest as fast as they could.
Run, mouselings, run!
But the chipping cheddar witch leapt on her broomstick and soared through the air, high above the trees. Then she said the magic words.
Magic wand, do as I please. Turn these mice into stinky cheese.
And they all got turned into stinky cheese.
No! Oh, Henry, don't be such a baby. It's only a story. But what if the witch tries to turn me into stinky cheese?
Well, Henry, I have heard that if you sprinkle pepper on her tail, then she'll be the one who turns into stinky cheese.
Are those cheesy bonbons, Mr. Mouseling?
Yes, Alice, they are.
Oh, goody.
But they're for Miss Lily. She's picking them up later.
Oh.
Aha! There. Pretty good, even if I say so myself. I'll just put it out to dry.
Let's go and make our costume for the Halloween party. Oh, race you upstairs. On me! Oh, look! This tree monster costume will be perfect. We'll need some leaves and twigs. And something really scary for the head. Can I be a tree monster too? No, Henry. You have to have your own costume. Oh, I know. You can be a ghost. But I don't want to be a ghost. I was a ghost last year and no one was scared of me. I want to be something really scary and frighten away the chipping cheddar witch. There. You're right, Alice. We need a great big scary mask. But what kind of head does a tree monster have? I'll make my own costume then, and it'll be much more scary than your tree monster. Wrong door, Henry. Of course, every witch needs a broomstick. You can have mine. The chipping cheddar witch! What do you think? You know, cheddar toffees don't taste as good as... Will you please pay attention? Henry! Needs more leaves. I've just seen the chipping cheddar witch! We don't have time for your baby games, Henry. We're making the most magnificent costume Chipping Cheddar has ever seen. She had a pointy hat and a big black cloak and a shield. Henry, we're busy. It's not fair. She never listens to anything I say. Oh, Peppa. That'll turn her into sticky cheese. You're not the Chipping Cheddar witch.
Of course I'm not. That's just a story.
But I've seen her. Come on.
But
I'm too scared to go by myself, and we've got to catch her before she turns everyone into stinky cheese.
But I was going to see Angelina.
Angelina's busy. Come on.
Okay.
It's no use, Henry. We've looked everywhere.
She's escaped.
Maybe you just imagined the witch.
No, I saw her walking up the lane.
Oh, Henry, the Chipping Cheddar witch is just...
William, look.
Crumbs.
Follow that witch.
you? Oh, you made me spill my toffees. I'm sorry, Alice. I'll help you pick them up. Oh. Hey, look! I'm a tree monster. And I'm the chipping cheddar witch. Magic wand, do as I please. Turn Angelina into stinky cheese.
She's been in there ages. We'd better make sure Mrs. Thimble's all right.
Mrs. Thimble?
Mrs. Thimble.
Where can she be? Ouch! Yuck! What's up?
No, Henry. We're supposed to be looking for Mrs. Thimble. Henry, look.
Mrs. Thimble's been turned into stinky cheese! Look! A witch!
Oh, crumbs.
This way! William!
What? Oh, right.
That's strange. I was sure I heard someone in the shop. Oh, well. You can look now, Alice. There are no witches around here. Oh, what about tree monsters? Or tree monsters. Oh, if you're sure. But you haven't turned into stinky cheese. Henry?
No, dear, I haven't.
Miss Lily!
Did you think I was the real witch?
How do we know you're not? Because, Henry, it's Miss Lily. But it could be the witch trying to trick us.
Darling, if I was the witch, I'd have turned into stinky cheese by now. You are very brave.
I told you there's no such thing as the chipping cheddar witch.
It's the chipping cheddar witch. Run for your lives.
Hello, William.
Oh.
Now, please excuse me, my little mouselets, but I must pick up the cheesy bonbons for tonight's party. I forgot them when I was here earlier. See you at the party.
Bye, Miss Lily. Oh, Henry, that's a fantastic tree monster costume. Alice, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Well, darling, I must...
I can't see. Shush, I'm trying to listen. Sorry.
And the prize for the best costume goes to Angelina, Alice, and Henry.
Oh, no.
Cheesy bonbons. Fantastic. Angelina, look. Stinky cheese. Oh, Henry. That's just a lump of cheese from the cauldron. It's not. It's stinky.
Oops.
Miss Lily, What do you think?
Ah, darlings, who can tell with the chipping cheddar witch?
The things I like to keep are made from this and that. Some things are really funny. Sometimes the things go splat. They often whiz across my face. Sometimes they spin around. But other times they're really scary and make me scream out loud.
CITV, yours to keep.
Here you come. It's the Friday Star!
Friday, Friday, it's the end of school. It's Friday, Friday, it's fine to be a fool. Jump up and down, act the clown, hang a sausage from a tree. The weekend's here, so let's all cheer. CITV!
On today's show, we've got the main man, Bernard, Splash Camp, and Girls in Love. There's a competition too!
It's Friday, Friday, don't you go away. It's Friday, Friday.
Listen to what Mad Monkey say. Play with time!
Whoa, is that the Fairy Goody Gold headband? Dad got it specially. Is that the Fairy Goody Gold pencil case? Fairy Goody Gold!
Who'd want to meet someone who writes about fairies? So sad.
Floyd! I was just putting my feet up, Miss Savage.
Well, don't. Mr. Steele wants you to wash the corridors because apparently this, entertainer, Miss Cookie Doyle, doesn't want to get her feet dirty. And when you've done that, he wants you to wash her car.
Cookie Doyle? What kind of name's that?
Yucky Doyle, more like.
Bet she's about 100 and smells of cats. Hey, kids! Hi!
Bernard?
Takes me back to when I was on the road.
Now listen, about this concert that Miss Doyle is giving this afternoon.
Well, I've put some signposts up down by the car park so that the photographers and that don't get lost.
Yes. I thought, by way of introduction, I'd do a little something myself on the guitar. So if you could get the stage sorted out a bit, you know, give it that showbiz feel.
To impress Miss Doyle, eh, sir?
I don't know what you're suggesting, Floyd. Just make me look...
Foxy?
That'll do.
All right, Beasley B.
Come to get a cushion for Cookie.
Well, you'll be lucky. There's too much to do. I need to get some gear for the stage.
Why?
Well, Mr. Steele wants it to look good for when he plays at the concert. Well, then there's Miss Doyle's car to wash. Looks like I'm not going to get me cup of tea today.
And so, Fairy Goody Gold tucked the little rabbits into their beds, making sure their silky ears were all smooth and straight, and ran home, trip, trip, through the Bluebell Woods, back to Fairy World.
Thank you, Miss Doyle. Fascinating.
Any of you guys ever get that warm feeling in your tummy when you do a good turn?
I do. When I get given money, I give it to the poor.
Hey, I think that deserves the I do good turn sticky.
Can't you see? Nicolette's lying. She's horrible. I'm nicer than her.
Sit down. down, Bernard.
It's true! Tell her, Nathan!
Bannon Beasley, sit down! Sit!
What are you doing, boy?
Showing yourself up.
I can't wait for the concert later, Mr. Steele.
Oh, aha. Me too, Ducky. I mean, Cookie.
Whatever you want me to do, forget it. This is crazy. Look, we're helping Floyd out, right? You know he's got too much work to do. But that's not the real reason, is it? I just want to show Cookie what a real good turn is. Not like Nicolette's lies. Well, hurry up. I'm starving. It would have been lunch an hour ago.
You boys, I need someone to help me rehearse. Now, I shall be on stage like this. I shall play a few bars, and when I nod my head like this, you open the curtains behind me. I shall have Floyd do something atmospheric on the backcloth.
He's not going to like it. He'll love it.
Is this some kind of twisted joke? Floyd?
Mr. Steele,
get here now! What on earth are you trying to do?
I don't know what happened, sir.
How dare you try and mock me in front of Miss Doyle?
Oh, no, I didn't.
It was me, not Floyd, sir.
Nonsense, I just saw you misbehaving in class.
Hey! Hi! What a cute picture of me. Now, did I hear one of you little people playing the guitar?
No, it was me.
You're messing about, right?
No.
What is that behind you? Oh, come on!
Don't look!
No! Floyd!
You are completely sacked!
But I don't understand.
What on earth did you think you were doing?
I only wanted Floyd to get his tea break.
Just
You're showing off for her.
Thanks to you, Miss Doyle finds me a figure of fun.
I'm really, really sorry, Floyd. I'll sort it, I promise.
At least now I'll have time for a cup of tea, eh?
Ted, what am I doing here? This school's a dump. The headmaster's a half-wit. I'm going to look like a has-been. This is the last time I do a gig in a school. Got it? Loser. Hey there, little pal. Didn't see you.
I was wondering if you could help my friend.
Oh?
He's in trouble, and you're the only one who can save him.
I can save him? Only me? Let's go do a good turn. You must be Bernard's pal. What's your story, buddy? Oh, and when the man with the camera comes, do you mind maybe taking your glasses off and putting this on?
No, Cookie. It's Floyd you've got to help. He's been sacked.
Him? You want me to help him? Forget it.
Cookie! She was really horrible. Yeah, Satan's bad sister.
Don't worry about it, Bernard. We've all been there.
If she won't help, we'll have to go straight to Mr. Steele and tell him you can't leave.
Nice thought, Bernard, but he'll never forgive me. He thinks I ruined his chance with Miss Doyle. My name is Floyd. I'm unemployed. I'm in my room, just me and my broom. My life's destroyed. My name name is Floyd.
If he could play like you, then she'd be really impressed.
Yeah, but he can't. And Floyd can't teach him in half an hour.
No. But I wonder. Please do the concert, sir.
I know when I'm not appreciated.
But Miss Doyle only heard you rehearse. I bet you're really good.
But I've hurt my thumb now, so even if I did want to play, I couldn't.
Oh, perhaps there is a way. Only thing is, Floyd's gonna need his job back.
Mr. Steele, you really had me going back there. I had you down as an A1 no-hoper. But maybe we should work together sometime.
One more for the road. A. 2, 3, 4. It's not how it seems. Miss Doyle? No, really, Miss Doyle. Cookie! Oh, be reasonable.
Thanks, guys. I owe you one.
Oh, forget it. My fault anyway. Still gonna clean the car?
Said I would. Only needs a rinse.
Where is she anyway?
Signing pencil cases.
Your call.
From time to time,
I really want to meet you.
we meet someone we like.
I can't think of anyone I'd rather go to the dance with.
Someone
We're flying back to the States tonight.
we never want to lose. Girls in Love, today, 4:30, CITV.
The things I like to keep are made from this and that. Some things are really funny. Sometimes the things go splat.
CITV, yours to keep.
Friday, Friday, it's the end of school. It's Friday, Friday, it's finally a fool. Jump up and down, act the clown. Hang a sausage from a tree. The weekend's here, so let's all cheer. CITV!
Still to come, we've got an amazing competition and the last episode of Girls in Love. Don't go away! Woo!
It's Friday, Friday, don't you go away. It's Friday, Friday.
Listen to what Mad Monkey say. Bye-bye, Ellie!
Welcome to the soap opera that is Splash Camp. Come rain or shine, this is our story of triumph and disasters, pranks and tears, and courage and determination as 5 boys battle it out with 5 girls at different water sports. And here is what they're playing for. A whole load of goodies, plus for the winning team, a Nielsen Active Holiday offering sailing and water sports in the Mediterranean for them and their families. So the competition is intense, and you can understand why sometimes feelings run a little high. This time, the guys are going to be trying rowing. Maybe we've got some young Matthew Pinsons of the future, who knows? But last time the girls won at water skiing, bringing the scores to 3 for the boys, 2 for the girls. So what's life been like at Splash Camp since then? The teams are still at war. The girls have had enough of the boys constantly banging on their cabin.
Just stay away from our never done nothing, you know. They've got their own side of the cabin that they can kick a football at, so why don't they use it? It's George we all thought would be like nice to us, George that was nice to us yesterday. And now he's just completely changed. He's cracked our windows and everything. He used to be really nice and now he's not a very nice bunny anymore. There's cracks in the wall now.
If they kill me, you're my witness to sue them lot and give the money to my mum.
You realise
this means war.
It's a harsh regime at Splash Camp and there's no time for slackers. So wake up, Mina, because it's time to practice rowing.
Right then guys, so basically this is going to be your rowing boat. You want to sit to one side because you're having 2 people in the boat. When you turn around, you need to move the oars in opposite directions. Make sure you're paddling together, keep it nice and even. If you need to turn around, remember one go one way and one go the other way. Rowing like that. Yeah, like that, exactly. Rowing, guys, is all about teamwork. You've got to talk to each other.
1, 2.
Back. Girls, let me just set you up. If you need to turn around, remember one go one way and one go the other way. That's it.
Perhaps he should be thinking about rowing, but as usual, ladies' man George is happier thinking about girls.
Kyra's getting much better. I like Grace. I think I know Grace more than anyone else. And I like Richter, she's funny, but some of the girls are annoying me sometimes. 50% they annoy me sometimes, and 50% they're really nice.
But life must go on at Splash Camp, and it's time to gather for the mini challenge at the meeting point.
It's not funny.
Today's mini challenge is to rescue a team member who is stranded on the island. And the winners get to take charge of tonight's Splash Camp talent contest. The teams separate to decide who's going to do what.
Can I be the stranded baby, please? I never done no challenges. Oh, George, please. No, because
I think Mina should be on the island because we promised him to be part of the next challenge.
Yeah, we need to win it. Oh, please, Georgie, you're really good at it.
Ryan wants to do it as well.
I think Tina and James are the best.
They're best together.
Georgia had some doubts, but I mean, we got to her in the end.
So James and Tino have to rescue Mina, and Georgia and Kyra have to rescue Richter. And they're off. Georgia and Kyra to pick up Richter, and Tino and James to collect Mina, both on the island.
Go! I'm going! Come on! Stop going so fast! I tried to.
Georgia and Kyra start off with good teamwork and soon get ahead. James is rowing faster than Tino, not the best way to get to the island.
Go! Wait there. We're going too far over my side, means you're going too fast. That's because you're going too fast. Come on! Stop rowing! Slow down, man! I am! Hard as you can now. Positive stick. Turn.
The boys are starting to go around in circles. James is rowing at twice the pace of Tino.
Turn! As hard as you can, because we're at the last straw. This is your fault. Come on, keep turning! Slow down, man! You're going the wrong way! You turn.
At the island, Richter nearly capsizes the girls' boat, and as a result, the boys catch up.
Nemo, get in, just get in. Go slow, he's slow on the phone. Oh, my paddle stuck.
With Mina on board, the boys try and hold the girls back.
Oh my God! That's it. We're gonna win now, come on.
Tino finally rebels in the boys' boat, and Mina has to take over the rowing, much to Kyra's delight.
It's only the talent contest, man.
The girls reach land first and have to run to the star sail to sit on the beanbags.
Oh, I'll give it up, man. Oh, it's only a talent contest.
Tino's not happy with the result, and he blames one person, James.
He's doing this! He was doing this! He was panicking! The boys were going in the wrong direction. James was panicking. He was panicking, and I'm not blaming it all on him, but that's how we lost, because he wouldn't listen to me. He was going too fast.
Tino is so angry with the outcome of the mini-challenge that he refuses to take part in the evening's talent contest. The camp's been turned into a karaoke party with food, drink and an open mic to find out who at Splash Camps got the X Factor. But first, as the winners of the mini-challenge, the girls set down some ground rules.
Right! Tonight is ladies' night, and you're not allowed to do anything unless we say you can. You're not allowed to touch our food, because that belongs to us, without begging on your knees. Richter's going to go first. One day, when I came home at lunchtime, I heard a funny noise went out to the backyard to find out if another neighbor was dead.
Next up, it's Mina with his big impression.
In Scotland, we wear our skirts. They're all the way up to here, and we don't wear nothing under. We are proud of it. We are hippies. Who's next?
It's MC James on the mic with his very own rap.
Time to stop and scream the cup. You cannot wake a cup for trouble. Hey, people in the shop, because like a first treasure can never afford to jump on the boat and pass it down, jump on the dance floor, shake that little water. The overall winner of the Splash Camp Talent Contest is James! James! Oh no! Oh my God!
The party goes on into the night and everybody has a good time. Well, almost everyone. Will Tino snap out of his mood before the all-important rowing challenge? Find out after the break.
Hello! Make sure you join us tomorrow live at 9:25 when SpongeBob is back to MOM screens, and also Drake and Josh.
We got the new look Noise Next Door joining us, and we're going to be playing Cake Escape. So we'll see you tomorrow at 9:25. Remember,
Mum's the word!
Jungle out there. Swing down to McDonald's and choose a cool Tarzan water bottle, one with every Happy Meal. Delicious! The new McDonald's fruit jelly, made from 99% fruit juice with a great strawberry taste. I'm loving it.
The military's toughest soldier has a new assignment. And nothing can prepare you for a mission like this. The Pacifier.
It's the morning after the night before, and last night's partying has left the teams exhausted. James has a headache. I wonder if his singing has anything to do with it.
Just really tired, exhausted. I think all the girls are pretty rubbish. They just sang boring songs. But I think James was really good.
We had so much fun, didn't we? And James went ballistic when he won. And it was just really, really funny.
And then he took his hat off himself.
But back to the task in hand. Remember, later on today, it's the main rowing challenge. Who do you think's going to win, Georgia?
The rowing. Go, Granny! We know we will, because we won yesterday. So.
But yesterday's failure is still on Tino's mind, and he's not yet forgiven James.
No, that you're meant to take time, man. That's the thing, that's what we're doing.
If it kept going over my side, that means you were going too fast.
Yeah, because I was going nice and slow. That's how you go fast.
I was going slow.
You wasn't, James.
But what do the instructors think?
Isn't it true that the slower and the deeper you go, the faster you go? Yes. Well, that's why I was trying to tell you.
Oh my God!
And he was going like this.
So if you've got a bit of teamwork, I promise you'll do much better.
Teamwork. Now that's something that both groups need to focus on. So it's back in the boats for some last-minute practice.
This is going to be your last practice, okay, before the big challenge this afternoon, so use it well.
See how fast we go.
We found a dead duck there, no heads.
Tell each other what you're doing. Okay, otherwise we're just going to keep going round and round and round in a circle.
Still annoyed at losing yesterday's mini challenge, Tino tries to capsize the girls' boat. But he ends up in the water himself and in trouble.
Oh my God! Guys, you really have to start paying attention.
Yeah, but I still wanted to get back at them.
But it doesn't matter. I don't want you to get back at people. You're here to row. If you'd got stuck out there, under the water, under the boat, then that would have been really dangerous.
The boys are disgraced, whilst the girls seem confident in their rowing skills.
We were the best on the water. We have our queen of the rowing oars, Kyra.
We actually realised to ourselves that we've actually got much better. And now we smoked them.
So both teams think that they're the best at rowing. We'll just have to wait for the main challenge to see who's right.
I just hope Tina doesn't get in like a big huff and a puff when we say, can we do it? And he says, well, I want to do it.
Richter is determined to take part in this task, but the other girls are worried. She let the team down in both the kayaking and the dinghy sailing challenges.
They choose Kyra and Georgia. That's going to be a really hard challenge because they've done wicked.
Okay, perfect. Georgia and Kyra are going to be doing the rowing.
The girls are going to do really good today, I hope, because we've all got the hang. It's just Richter's finding it a little bit hard again, because she's still hard. She's a little bit homesick today.
No more time for talk or practice. This is the main Splash Camp challenge at rowing, and this is serious stuff. Now, will the girls make it 3-3 by winning this one, or will the boys nudge themselves closer to that big prize? Here's what they're going to do. Both teams are going to row 2 boats, a flag boat and a catcher boat. The catcher has to grab as many of these rubber ducks as they can and transfer them to the flag boat in the time that they've got. Now, the team with the most amount of ducks in the flag boat at the end will win. It's really, really important that only the catcher touches the rubber ducks, and anyone found catching a real duck will be disqualified. So, who are the Splash Camp best rowers? We'll find out when I press the hooter.
Okay, everybody, good luck. Here come the ducks. 3, 2, 1.
The boys row to the ducks first. Tino, George and Ryan are in the catcher boat. Kyra, Richter and Georgia are catching for the girls and have a good netting technique. The boys resort to controlling their rubber ducks with the flag boat, not always accurately.
Mister, just use your arms, for goodness sake. You can't get it.
Ruby in the girls' flag boat succeeds in completely upsetting Richter.